What if the rulers history remembers as great were actually psychopathic monsters whose true crimes have been whitewashed by centuries of sanitized storytelling? Behind marble statues and heroic legends lie leaders so twisted, so utterly depraved that entire civilizations collapsed under the weight of their madness. From cannibalistic emperors to rulers who tortured their own children, these aren't the sanitized versions you learned in school. Forget the textbook heroes. These are the genuine monsters they definitely don't teach in history class. Blood rituals, systematic torture, and leaders who made Caligula look like a Sunday school teacher. Because when your civilization's founder was a genocidal maniac, things are bound to get complicated. This is 30 Lost Civilizations, with twisted leaders history tried to forget. Before we dive in, make sure you're subscribed, especially if you like your history a little dark and wildly off the official narrative. Drop us a comment. Where in the world are you watching from? And just for fun, what time is it right now where you are? Midnight descent into madness? Dawn discovery of darkness? We want to know. All right, on to the monsters. 1. Ashurbanipal of Assyria, 668-627 BCE. There are few faces in ancient history more deceptively civilized than Ashurbanipal, the scholar king of Assyria, who created the world's first great library while simultaneously perfecting the art of systematic torture. Cultured, literate, and absolutely devoted to preserving human knowledge. He was also a sadistic monster who skinned his enemies alive and decorated his palace walls with their flayed flesh. The man who gave us cuneiform literature was also the architect of industrialized cruelty that made the Roman Colosseum look like a children's playground. Ashurbanipal's library at Nineveh contained over 30,000 clay tablets representing the accumulated knowledge of Mesopotamian civilization, epic poetry, mathematical treatises, astronomical observations, and medical texts that preserved thousands of years of human learning. But carved into the same palace walls that housed this intellectual treasure were relief sculptures depicting Ashurbanipal's favorite hobby, the systematic mutilation of captured enemies. The king who preserved the Epic of Gilgamesh for posterity also invented new forms of torture that were so elaborate they required instruction manuals. His palace reliefs show prisoners being flayed alive, their skin carefully peeled away in strips while they were still conscious. Others show captives having their eyes gouged out with specialized tools, their tongues cut out and fed to royal dogs, their limbs slowly crushed in mechanical devices designed for maximum prolonged agony. But here's what makes Ashurbanipal genuinely disturbing. He didn't just practice torture, he systematized it. His administration developed standardized procedures for different categories of punishment, specialized tools for specific types of mutilation, and detailed records of which torture methods produced the most effective psychological results on different populations. The Assyrian torture manual, preserved on clay tablets, reads like a medieval Inquisition handbook written by someone with advanced medical knowledge. Techniques for keeping victims conscious during extended mutilation, methods for preventing shock-induced death during torture sessions, and procedures for maintaining prisoners in states of prolonged agony without allowing them the mercy of dying. Ashurbanipal's court included specialist executioners who were trained in anatomy, psychology, and what we would now recognize as advanced techniques for inflicting maximum trauma. These weren't crude barbarians. They were educated professionals who applied intellectual rigor to the science of human suffering. The preserved palace reliefs show the king personally supervising torture sessions, taking notes on victim responses, and making adjustments to techniques based on observed results. He treated human suffering as a research project, documenting methods and outcomes with the same scholarly precision he applied to collecting literature. Recent analysis of Assyrian administrative records has revealed the scope of Ashurbanipal's systematic cruelty. During his 41-year reign, his torture specialists processed tens of thousands of prisoners using techniques that were refined through generations of experimentation. The Assyrian Empire had industrialized sadism, but perhaps the most disturbing detail about Ashurbanipal is his genuine love of learning. This wasn't a crude barbarian who happened to collect books. This was a sophisticated intellectual who applied scholarly methods to both preserving knowledge and perfecting human torment. He saw no contradiction between cultural advancement and systematic cruelty. The king who gave civilization its greatest ancient library also gave it its most detailed manual for inflicting suffering. Tablets preserve his personal correspondence discussing both literary acquisitions and torture innovations with equal intellectual enthusiasm. He was a Renaissance man whose interests included both poetry and pain. When Ashurbanipal died in 627 BCE, the Assyrian Empire collapsed within decades, as if the combination of advanced civilization and systematic sadism had created something too unstable to survive. The library survived, preserving humanity's literary heritage. The torture chambers were deliberately destroyed by conquering armies who apparently found them too disturbing to allow continued existence. Modern historians tend to emphasize Ashurbanipal's cultural contributions while minimizing his systematic cruelty, creating a sanitized image of an enlightened despot who happened to be occasionally harsh with enemies. But the archaeological evidence suggests something far more disturbing: a highly intelligent, culturally sophisticated psychopath who used advanced administrative methods to perfect the art of human suffering. Of course, Ashurbanipal's systematic approach to torture was impressive, but at least he limited his sadism to enemies and prisoners. Our next ancient monster preferred to practice his cruelties on family members. 2. Herod the Great of Judea, 37-4 BCE. Picture the most magnificent architectural achievements in ancient Judea: elaborate palaces that rivaled Rome, engineering projects that transformed the landscape, and the complete reconstruction of the Second Temple in Jerusalem using techniques and materials that created one of the wonders of the ancient world. Now, picture the man who built all of this drowning his own wife in a swimming pool because he suspected her of adultery. Herod the Great wasn't just paranoid. He was a homicidal maniac who murdered his way through his own family while creating some of the most beautiful buildings in the ancient world. Herod's architectural legacy includes Masada, Caesarea Maritima, and the magnificent expansion of the Temple Mount that required moving millions of tons of stone and engineering solutions that exceeded Roman capabilities. His building projects employed advanced construction techniques, sophisticated urban planning, and artistic vision that transformed the cultural landscape of ancient Palestine. But the same hands that planned these architectural marvels also orchestrated the systematic murder of anyone Herod perceived as a threat to his power, including 3 of his own sons, his favorite wife, his mother-in-law, his brother-in-law, and most of his extended family. By the time of his death, Herod had eliminated virtually everyone with a blood claim to his throne. The execution of his wife Mariamne represents the intersection of Herod's architectural obsession and homicidal paranoia. He had her drowned in one of the elaborate swimming pools he designed for his Jericho palace, personally supervising the murder while guests watched from the palace. Balconies. The pool was later filled in and converted to a garden, as if beautiful landscaping could erase the memory of domestic violence. But here's what makes Herod genuinely disturbing as a ruler. He applied the same obsessive attention to detail to murder that he brought to architecture. His assassinations were planned with engineering precision, using methods that were both effective and symbolically appropriate to his victims' perceived crimes. Recent archaeological excavations at Herod's palaces have revealed execution chambers built into the architectural plans, hidden passages that connected royal apartments to torture facilities, soundproof rooms designed for interrogations, and disposal systems for eliminating evidence. Herod's palaces weren't just residences, they were elaborate murder factories disguised as luxury accommodations. The fortress at Masada includes facilities that were clearly designed for holding and executing prisoners, integrated into the architectural, planned so seamlessly that visitors would have been unaware of their presence. Herod built beauty and brutality into the same structures, creating palaces that functioned as both cultural showcases and systematic execution facilities. Administrative records preserved in contemporary sources reveal that Herod maintained detailed files on potential threats, including psychological profiles, surveillance reports, and execution plans for hundreds of individuals. His paranoia was systematized, bureaucratized, and integrated into the regular functions of his government. The murder of his sons represents the pinnacle of Herod's twisted logic. Aristobulus and Alexander were executed on charges of treason, based on evidence that Herod had apparently fabricated himself. But rather than simple execution, Herod staged elaborate trials, complete with witnesses, legal procedures, and public justifications that turned patricide into political theater. The third son, Antipater, was executed just days before Herod's own death, suggesting that the king's homicidal paranoia had reached levels where he was killing family members preemptively, based on crimes they might commit in the future, rather than anything they had actually done. Contemporary accounts describe Herod's final years as a descent into complete madness, where he was ordering executions based on dreams, perceived slights, and the advice of court astrologers who apparently told him what he wanted to hear. His palace became a charnel house where architectural beauty surrounded systematic murder. The historical irony is striking. The man who expanded the temple in Jerusalem, creating a sacred space that was supposed to represent divine justice and moral order, was simultaneously turning his own palaces into monuments to paranoid homicide. Sacred architecture and systematic murder built by the same hands with equal precision. When Herod finally died in 4 BCE, his kingdom was immediately divided among his surviving sons. Because no one trusted any single heir with the kind of power that had enabled such systematic family destruction. The architectural legacy survived. Some of Herod's buildings are still standing today. The dynastic legacy was deliberately dismantled. Modern historians tend to focus on Herod's building achievements while treating his murderous paranoia as a regrettable personal quirk rather than a defining characteristic of his rule. But the archaeological evidence suggests that Herod's greatest architectural achievement may have been integrating systematic murder into the fabric of royal administration. While Herod was perfecting the art of family murder, another ancient ruler was developing even more creative approaches to disposing of inconvenient relatives. 3. Empress Wu Zetian of China, 690–705 CE. In the golden halls of Tang Dynasty China, where silk-draped courtiers composed poetry and the air shimmered with incense, there ruled an empress so ruthlessly calculating that she murdered her own infant daughter to frame a rival and then used the public outrage to destroy anyone who stood between her and absolute power. Wu Zetian wasn't just the only female emperor in Chinese history. She was a serial killer who used dead babies as political weapons. The woman who created some of China's most beautiful art and literature was also a mother who strangled her own children for strategic advantage. Wu Zetian's rise to power began in the court of Emperor Taizong, where she served as a low-ranking concubine with exceptional intelligence and ruthless ambition. When Taizong died, court protocol required that his concubines either be buried alive with him or spend the rest of their lives in Buddhist monasteries. Wu chose a third option, seducing the new emperor Gaozong and positioning herself to become his most powerful consort. The transformation from concubine to empress required eliminating several inconvenient competitors, starting with the existing Empress Wang and noble consort Xiao. Wu's solution was elegant and horrific. She strangled her own newborn daughter and arranged for the body to be discovered in the empress's apartments, creating a scandal that destroyed both women and cleared Wu's path to power. But here's what makes Wu Zetian genuinely terrifying as a ruler. Infanticide was just her opening move. Once she achieved power as empress consort, she systematically murdered anyone who possessed knowledge of her crimes, including servants, officials, and eventually her own adult children who knew too much about their mother's methods. The historical records, heavily censored by later dynasties who were embarrassed by Wu's success, still preserve evidence of a methodical elimination campaign that lasted for decades. Wu maintained networks of informants, secret police, and loyal executioners who removed threats with methods that were both efficient and psychologically devastating to survivors. Recent analysis of Tang Dynasty court records has revealed the scope of Wu's systematic purges. During her rise to power and consolidation of authority, over 3,000 officials, aristocrats, and their family members were executed, exiled, or mysteriously disappeared. She didn't just eliminate enemies, she destroyed entire bloodlines that might produce future threats. The execution methods favored by Wu's administration were designed for maximum psychological impact. Public torture sessions where victims were slowly dismembered, mass executions where entire families were killed in view of their neighbors, and elaborate death rituals that combine traditional Chinese execution techniques with innovative cruelties that Wu's specialists developed specifically for political intimidation. Archaeological evidence from Tang Dynasty execution sites shows systematic disposal of thousands of bodies during Wu's reign, with evidence of torture techniques that were far more elaborate and medically sophisticated than typical Chinese. Execution methods. Wu's specialists had developed new approaches to prolonged suffering that required anatomical knowledge and specialized tools. The cultural achievements of Wu's reign are genuinely impressive. She patronized arts and literature, promoted religious tolerance, expanded education, and implemented administrative reforms that strengthened the Chinese empire. But these accomplishments were built on a foundation of systematic murder that included infanticide, patricide, and the elimination of thousands of political opponents. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of Wu's rule was her use of religious authority to justify political murder. She claimed to be a reincarnation of the Buddha Maitreya and used Buddhist doctrine to legitimize the execution of anyone who opposed her divine authority. She turned murder into religious duty. The propaganda machinery that Wu developed to maintain power included systematic rewriting of historical records to erase evidence of her crimes, while emphasizing her political achievements. Later, Chinese historians struggled with the contradiction between Wu's obvious competence as a ruler and the horrific methods she used to achieve and maintain power. When Wu finally died in 705 CE, her successors immediately began dismantling the secret police apparatus she had created and released thousands of political prisoners who had somehow survived her purges. The artistic and literary achievements of her reign were preserved, but the systematic murder apparatus was deliberately destroyed. Modern Chinese historians face a dilemma in discussing Wu Zetian. She was genuinely successful as a ruler and broke gender barriers in a male-dominated society, but her methods included systematic murder, infanticide, and the creation of a terror state that traumatized Chinese political culture for generations. Of course, Wu Zetian's systematic approach to family murder was innovative, but she at least limited her infanticide to strategic necessity. Our next ancient monster made child murder a recreational hobby. 4. Caracalla of Rome, 198–217 CE. Let's set the scene. It's 212 CE, and the most powerful man in the Roman Empire has just granted citizenship to every free person in the known world, a progressive political achievement that expanded rights to millions of people and transformed the nature of Roman identity. That same year, he also murdered his younger brother at a family dinner party in front of their mother because he was bored and wanted to see if matricide would be emotionally satisfying. Caracalla wasn't just a brutal emperor, he was a psychopath who treated human life as entertainment while simultaneously implementing some of Rome's most important legal reforms. Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, known to history as Caracalla, inherited joint rule of the Roman Empire with his younger brother Geta in 211 CE. The arrangement lasted exactly 1 year before Caracalla decided that sharing power was insufficiently stimulating and arranged a family reunion that would end with fratricide and psychological devastation for their mother, Julia Domna. The murder of Geta was planned with theatrical precision. Caracalla invited his brother to a private dinner with their mother, ostensibly to discuss reconciliation and shared governance. Instead, he had arranged for Praetorian guards to burst into the dining room and stab Geta to death while their mother watched, helpless to intervene. Geta died in Julia Domna's arms, bleeding out on the marble floor, while Caracalla observed with clinical interest. But here's what makes Caracalla genuinely disturbing as an emperor. The fratricide was just an experiment in psychological manipulation. He wanted to study how extreme trauma would affect his mother's behavior and whether witnessing the murder of one son would make her more compliant to the surviving son's demands. The aftermath of Geta's murder reveals the systematic nature of Caracalla's psychological cruelty. He forced Julia Domna to continue appearing in public as if nothing had happened, required her to participate in official ceremonies honoring her dead son's memory, and used her grief as a tool for manipulating court politics and public opinion. Contemporary sources describe Caracalla as genuinely curious about the psychological effects of extreme violence. He would order executions not for political reasons, but to observe how different methods of murder affected both victims and witnesses. The Colosseum during his reign became a laboratory for experimenting with novel forms of public torture. Recent archaeological analysis of Caracalla's building projects has revealed that his famous baths in Rome included hidden chambers designed for private torture sessions, complete with drainage systems for blood disposal and soundproofing to prevent screams from disturbing other bath patrons. He had integrated systematic torture into public architecture. The legal achievements of Caracalla's reign represent a bizarre contradiction. The same mind that planned elaborate torture sessions also developed progressive legal concepts that expanded citizenship rights and improved judicial procedures. The Constitutio Antoniniana, which granted citizenship to all free persons in the empire, was issued by an emperor who treated murder as recreational activity. Administrative records from Caracalla's reign show that he maintained detailed files on the psychological profiles of court officials, including notes on their reactions to witnessing violence and their potential usefulness for future intimidation projects. He was conducting systematic psychological research using the resources of the Roman state. The emperor who expanded Roman citizenship to include millions of people also developed new categories of capital punishment, specifically designed for entertainment value rather than legal necessity. He created a bureaucracy of cruelty that paralleled the regular imperial administration, with specialists in torture, execution, and psychological manipulation. Perhaps most disturbing was Caracalla's fascination with audience reactions to violence. He would stage elaborate execution spectacles and then study the crowd responses, taking notes on which torture methods produced the most satisfying public reactions. He treated human suffering as performance art. The psychological manipulation extended to his treatment of the Roman military. Caracalla would order unnecessary battles not for strategic reasons, but to study how soldiers responded to extreme violence and whether exposure to combat made them more useful for domestic terror operations. When Caracalla was assassinated in 217 CE by his own praetorian prefect, the official reason given was political conspiracy. But contemporary sources suggest that the assassination was motivated by the prefect's horror at being ordered to participate in increasingly elaborate torture sessions involving prominent Roman citizens. The historical legacy of Caracalla presents modern historians with an uncomfortable contradiction: genuine legal achievements mixed with systematic psychological sadism, progressive political reforms implemented by an emperor who treated human life as experimental material for studying pain and terror. Modern textbooks tend to focus on the Constitutio Antoniniana while minimizing Caracalla's systematic cruelty, creating a sanitized image of a harsh but effective emperor, rather than acknowledging the evidence for systematic psychopathy in the archaeological and literary record. But Caracalla's experimental approach to murder was still limited by Roman legal traditions and political constraints. Our next ancient monster operated in a civilization where no such limitations existed. Time for a quick reality check, fellow truth seekers. We're 4 rulers into the ancient monsters, and we've already encountered a scholar who perfected industrial torture, a builder who murdered his own family, an empress who strangled her infant daughter for political gain, and an emperor who turned matricide into psychological research. Hit that subscribe button if you're ready to descend deeper into the true darkness of ancient leadership. These sanitized historical figures were genuine monsters, and their stories get more disturbing from here. Where are you following this journey into historical horror? What time is it as these ancient atrocities unfold in your mind? Are you starting to suspect that most great leaders in history were actually psychopathic criminals? Drop a comment and join our growing community of people who prefer uncomfortable truth to comfortable lies. 5. Montezuma Iwes of the Aztec Empire, 1440-1469 CE. In the floating gardens of Tenochtitlan, where architectural marvels rose from an artificial island and sophisticated engineering controlled water flow across a vast urban complex, there ruled an emperor who turned mass human sacrifice into a precise science that required industrial-scale infrastructure for processing thousands of victims annually. Montezuma, I didn't just practice human sacrifice. He industrialized it, creating systematic murder operations that produce body counts requiring specialized disposal logistics. The man who built the most beautiful city in the Americas also built the most efficient human slaughterhouses in recorded history. Montezuma. He transformed the Aztec Empire from a regional power into a dominant force across Mesoamerica. But his military conquests served primarily to provide a steady supply of prisoners for sacrifice rituals that had evolved far beyond traditional religious practices into systematic mass murder for entertainment and political intimidation. The Templo Mayor in Tenochtitlan, expanded and perfected during Montezuma's reign, wasn't just a religious building. It was an efficient execution facility designed for processing thousands of victims during festival seasons. Archaeological evidence shows that the temple complex included specialized areas for different types of sacrifice, body disposal systems, and storage facilities for preserving organs and blood for ritual purposes. But here's what makes Montezuma genuinely disturbing as a ruler. He applied advanced engineering principles to optimize human sacrifice procedures. The temple renovations during his reign included improvements to victim processing efficiency, drainage systems for blood management, and architectural modifications that allowed larger audiences to observe torture and execution spectacles. Recent excavations at the Templo Mayor have revealed the scale of systematic murder during Montezuma's reign. The offering chambers contain thousands of human skulls arranged in precise geometric patterns, body parts organized by type and age, and evidence of systematic organ removal using techniques that required specialized medical knowledge. The sacrifice procedures developed during Montezuma's reign included live heart removal, flaying rituals where victims were skinned alive, and drowning ceremonies where children were slowly submerged in sacred pools while priests observed their death, agonies for divination purposes. These weren't quick ritual killings. They were elaborate torture sessions designed for maximum suffering. Contemporary accounts from captured Aztec codices describe sacrifice quotas assigned to different regions of the empire, with provincial governors required to provide specific numbers of victims based on population and tribute capacity. Montezuma had bureaucratized mass murder, turning human sacrifice into a regular tax obligation for subject populations. The festival of Sumol Pili, celebrated every 52 years during Montezuma's reign, required the sacrifice of prisoners from every conquered territory, with victims selected based on criteria that included age, physical condition, and psychological characteristics that would produce optimal ritual results. The festival was essentially a mass murder convention organized by imperial bureaucrats. Archaeological analysis of sacrifice sites shows that Montezuma's specialists had developed standardized procedures for different types of ritual murder, with specialized tools, training programs for executioner priests, and quality control measures to ensure that sacrifice procedures met religious and entertainment standards. The urban planning of Tenochtitlan during Montezuma's expansion included dedicated facilities for victim housing, sacrifice preparation, and body disposal that were integrated into the city's infrastructure. Human sacrifice wasn't just a religious practice. It was a major municipal service that required specialized architecture and logistics. Perhaps most disturbing was the development of sacrifice as entertainment during Montezuma's reign. The expanded temple complexes included seating areas for noble audiences, viewing platforms for optimal observation angles, and architectural acoustics designed to amplify victims' screams for maximum psychological impact on spectators. The tribute system that Montezuma perfected included not just traditional goods like jade and feathers, but human quotas from subject peoples who were required to provide specific numbers of victims based on imperial bureaucratic assessments of their capacity to produce suitable sacrifice candidates. The psychological impact of systematic mass murder on Aztec society was profound. Contemporary sources describe a culture where violence had become so normalized that elaborate torture sessions were considered routine entertainment, and where children grew up viewing mass murder as normal civic activity. When Spanish conquistadors first encountered Montezuma's sacrifice facilities, their accounts describe horror that exceeded anything they had witnessed in European warfare. The scale and systematic nature of Aztec mass murder impressed even conquistadors who were accustomed to brutal. All military campaigns, Modern historians struggle with Montezuma's legacy. Genuine urban planning achievements and sophisticated administrative systems built on systematic mass murder that exceeded anything in contemporary civilizations. The archaeological evidence shows clear technological innovation applied to optimizing human suffering. Of course, Montezuma's industrial approach to human sacrifice was impressive in its efficiency, but it was at least limited to prisoners and volunteers. Our next ancient monster preferred to practice systematic murder on his own citizens. 6. Caligula of Rome, 37 to 41 CE. There's something deeply unsettling about madness when it has unlimited power and sophisticated resources at its disposal. Gaius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, known to history as Caligula, began his reign as Rome's beloved young emperor, the nephew of Tiberius and heir to the greatest empire in the world. Within months, he had transformed the Roman state into his personal torture laboratory and turned the imperial palace into a brothel where senators' wives were auctioned to the highest bidder. But that was just his warm-up. The real innovations came later, when he decided that reality itself was insufficiently entertaining and began rewriting the nature of existence through systematic violence and bureaucratized insanity. Caligula's early reign showed promise of reform and competent administration. He released political prisoners, restored democratic elements to governance, and began public works projects that employed thousands of workers. Then, in late 37 CE, he contracted a severe illness that left him unconscious for weeks. When he recovered, something fundamental had changed in his psychological makeup. The first sign that Rome had a problem came when Caligula announced that he was no longer merely emperor, but a living god who deserved religious worship from Roman citizens. This wasn't traditional imperial cult practice. This was a demand for immediate divine recognition backed by systematic execution of anyone who failed to show sufficient reverence. But here's what makes Caligula genuinely terrifying as a ruler. His madness was systematic, organized, and supported by the full resources of the Roman state. His delusions weren't chaotic. They were bureaucratized, with administrative departments dedicated to implementing increasingly bizarre and violent imperial fantasies. The transformation of the imperial palace during Caligula's reign reveals the systematic nature of his psychological break from reality. He converted state apartments into brothels where senators' wives were forced to work as prostitutes, with imperial guards serving as pimps, and the proceeds going into his personal treasury. The Senate House itself was occasionally used for orgy sessions that senators were required to attend. Recent archaeological work at imperial sites from Caligula's reign has revealed construction projects that can only be described as monuments to insanity. Underground chambers designed for torture sessions, elaborate mechanical devices for inflicting novel forms of pain, and architectural modifications that turned government buildings into systematic terror facilities. The administrative records from Caligula's reign show that his delusions were supported by detailed bureaucratic procedures, orders for executing citizens based on their dreams, regulations for proper worship of the emperor's horse, which he appointed to the Senate, and systematic taxation policies designed to fund increasingly elaborate torture and execution spectacles. Perhaps most disturbing was Caligula's use of engineering expertise to create new forms of systematic cruelty. He commissioned architects and engineers to design torture devices that would prolong suffering, execution methods that would provide entertainment value, and mechanical systems for efficiently processing large numbers of victims. The bridge project across the Bay of Naples represents the pinnacle of Caligula's systematic madness. He ordered the construction of a temporary bridge spanning 3 miles of open water, not for transportation purposes, but so he could ride his horse across the bay while wearing Alexander the Great's breastplate, proving that he possessed divine power over natural obstacles. Contemporary accounts describe the psychological terror that Caligula's reign created among Roman elites. Senators who had governed provinces and commanded legions were reduced to terrified sycophants who competed to demonstrate their worship of an emperor who might order their execution for failing to laugh at his jokes or showing insufficient enthusiasm for his sexual performances. The financial cost of Caligula's systematic madness was staggering. His reign drained the imperial treasury through expenditures on elaborate torture equipment, bizarre construction projects, and systematic orgies that required catering for thousands of participants and specialized architectural modifications to government buildings. The military became increasingly disturbed by orders that had no strategic purpose but were designed to demonstrate Caligula's divine power. Campaigns against the English Channel, where legions were ordered to collect seashells as spoils of war against Neptune, and military exercises that consisted primarily of executing prisoners in creative ways. Caligula's assassination in 41 CE by members of his own Praetorian Guard was motivated not by political conspiracy, but by the Guard's recognition that the emperor had become too psychologically dangerous to allow continued existence. The assassination was essentially a suicide intervention performed by people who couldn't survive much longer under systematic madness. The historical legacy of Caligula represents the most complete documented example of how unlimited power can transform personality disorders into systematic state terror. His reign shows what happens when psychological abnormality gains access to the full resources of advanced civilization. Modern historians tend to treat Caligula as an aberration, a temporary breakdown in Roman governance rather than acknowledging the systematic nature of his terror state and the efficiency with which Roman administrative capabilities were converted to serve organized madness. While Caligula was perfecting systematic madness within the constraints of Roman law and tradition, our final ancient monster operated in a civilization where no such limitations existed, and where religious authority could be used to justify absolutely any form of cruelty. 7. Nebuchadnezzar II of Babylon, 605–562 BCE. Picture the most magnificent city in the ancient world, the hanging gardens that defied nature itself, rising in terraced splendor above the Euphrates River, the Ishtar Gate covered in brilliant blue glazed brick and gold relief work that caught the morning sun like captured fire, ziggurats that reached toward heaven, and mathematical achievements that laid the foundation for astronomy. Now, picture the man who built all of this feeding his own officials to wild animals in underground chambers, because their screams provided better acoustic entertainment than traditional music. Nebuchadnezzar II wasn't just the greatest builder in Mesopotamian history. He was a sadistic monster who used architectural magnificence to conceal industrial-scale torture facilities, where human suffering became both religious sacrifice and personal entertainment. The Neo-Babylonian Empire under Nebuchadnezzar represented the pinnacle of Mesopotamian civilization. Advanced mathematics, sophisticated astronomy, complex urban planning, and artistic achievements that wouldn't be equaled for centuries. The city of Babylon during his reign was larger and more technologically advanced than any contemporary settlement, supporting over 200,000 inhabitants with engineering systems that managed water, waste, and food distribution with precision that rivaled modern city planning. But beneath the magnificent architecture lay specialized chambers where Nebuchadnezzar practiced systematic torture that combined religious ritual with psychological experimentation. Recent archaeological excavations have revealed underground complexes connected to royal palaces that were designed specifically for prolonged torture sessions, complete with drainage systems, acoustic features, and specialized restraint equipment. The biblical account of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego being thrown into a fiery furnace for refusing to worship a golden statue represents only the most publicized example of Nebuchadnezzar's systematic use of execution for entertainment. Contemporary Babylonian records describe regular festivals where prisoners were subjected to elaborate execution rituals that combined religious ceremony with systematic torture. But here's what makes Nebuchadnezzar genuinely disturbing as a ruler. He applied advanced engineering principles to optimize suffering. The fiery furnaces described in biblical and Babylonian sources weren't simple execution devices. They were sophisticated torture chambers with temperature controls, observation windows, and mechanical features that allowed precise manipulation of victim suffering. Archaeological analysis of Neo-Babylonian palace complexes has revealed that torture facilities were integrated into the architectural planning of royal buildings. Hidden passages connected royal apartments to underground chambers. Soundproofing materials were used to contain screams, and specialized ventilation systems managed air quality in spaces designed for prolonged torture sessions. The administrative records from Nebuchadnezzar's reign show that torture and execution were bureaucratized, with specialized court positions for torture specialists, detailed protocols for different types of execution, and systematic record-keeping that documented victim responses to different torture methods. Pain had become a science. Contemporary cuneiform tablets preserve Nebuchadnezzar's personal correspondence discussing torture techniques with the same technical vocabulary he used for architectural projects. He approached systematic cruelty with the same intellectual rigor he applied to urban planning and engineering, treating human suffering as a technical challenge requiring innovative solutions. The religious justifications for Nebuchadnezzar's systematic torture were elaborate and theologically sophisticated. He claimed that human sacrifice in specialized torture chambers provided divine favor for his building projects and agricultural success. The beauty of Babylon was literally built on a foundation of systematic human suffering. Recent analysis of victim remains from Neo-Babylonian execution sites has revealed torture techniques that required advanced medical knowledge and specialized tools, systematic bone breaking using mechanical devices, controlled blood loss to extend suffering, and surgical procedures performed on conscious victims for religious and entertainment purposes. The psychological impact on Babylonian society was profound. Nebuchadnezzar's reign created a culture where systematic torture was normalized as religious practice, where elaborate suffering was considered entertainment, and where technical innovation was applied to optimizing human pain with the same ingenuity used for solving engineering problems. The famous madness of Nebuchadnezzar, described in biblical sources, may represent not mental illness, but the psychological consequences of decades spent personally supervising systematic torture. Contemporary sources suggest that his later withdrawal from court life was motivated by his increasing obsession with perfecting torture techniques. The fall of the Neo-Babylonian Empire shortly after Nebuchadnezzar's death in 562 BCE wasn't just due to Persian military superiority. It was partly because a systematic terror that he had created had undermined the social cohesion necessary for effective resistance to invasion. Terror states are ultimately self-defeating. Modern historians face a dilemma in discussing Nebuchadnezzar. His architectural and engineering achievements were genuinely impressive and represented the pinnacle of Mesopotamian civilization, but they were built using resources extracted through systematic torture and maintained by terror apparatus that traumatized ancient Near Eastern culture. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, were irrigated with water systems that also served the underground torture chambers. Beauty and horror, engineering marvel, and systematic cruelty, built by the same hands with equal precision and maintained by the same administrative apparatus. 8. Vlad III, the Impaler of Wallachia, 1408 pharaohs CE. In the mist-shrouded mountains of Wallachia, where Gothic castles pierced the sky like stone daggers and ancient forests whispered with the screams of the tortured, there ruled a prince who turned systematic murder into performance art that could be appreciated from miles away. Vlad III didn't just execute enemies. He created landscapes of human suffering so elaborate and visually striking that they functioned as both military strategy and artistic expression. The man who inspired the Dracula legend wasn't a vampire, but he was something far more disturbing. A highly intelligent psychopath who applied Renaissance artistic principles to the systematic torture of thousands of victims, creating 3-dimensional compositions of agony that served as both psychological warfare and personal entertainment. Vlad's method of choice, impalement, wasn't just execution, it was architectural. He would arrange forests of impaled victims in geometric patterns around his castles and battlefields, creating elaborate visual displays where human suffering was organized according to aesthetic principles. The screams of the dying provided acoustic accompaniment to carefully planned spectacles of pain. But here's what makes Vlad genuinely terrifying as a medieval ruler. He had systematized impalement into a precise science. Different types of stakes for different categories of victims, varying heights to create visual rhythm, and timing methods that ensured victims would remain conscious and screaming for optimal periods while maintaining the overall artistic composition of the display. Recent archaeological excavations around Vlad's castle sites have revealed the industrial scale of his impalement operations. Specialized workshops where stakes were prepared in standardized sizes, storage areas for preserving wooden implements, and construction sites where the geometric arrangement of impalement fields was planned with mathematical precision. The infamous Forest of the Impaled that greeted Ottoman armies in 1462 consisted of over 20,000 victims arranged in concentric circles around Târgoviște, with victims positioned at varying heights to create visual perspective effects when observed from castle walls. This wasn't random cruelty. This was landscape architecture using human suffering as construction material. Contemporary accounts describe Vlad personally supervising the placement of stakes to ensure proper visual impact, adjusting heights and angles like a sculptor working with clay, except his medium was screaming human beings who remained conscious throughout the arrangement process. He approached mass murder with artistic sensibility. The technical expertise required for Vlad's impalement procedures involved sophisticated understanding of human anatomy, precise timing to control victim survival duration, and engineering knowledge to construct stake arrangements that would support body weight while maximizing suffering. Pain had become a craft requiring specialized skills. But perhaps most disturbing was Vlad's integration of systematic torture into diplomatic protocol. He would arrange banquet tables among impalement fields, dining on elaborate meals while conducting state business surrounded by thousands of dying victims whose screams provided ambient sound for political negotiations. The psychological warfare aspects of Vlad's systematic impalement were carefully calculated. Ottoman forces encountering impalement forests experienced mass psychological trauma that reduced military effectiveness, while European allies learned to comply with Vlad's demands rather than risk becoming artistic elements in his next torture composition. Administrative records from Vlad's reign reveal systematic documentation of impalement procedures, including victim categories, stake specifications, and arrangement patterns for different tactical and aesthetic objectives. He had bureaucratized systematic torture with the same administrative precision used for tax collection. Recent forensic analysis of skeletal remains from impalement sites has revealed that Vlad's specialists had developed techniques for maintaining victim consciousness during the impalement process, controlling blood loss to extend suffering, and positioning stakes to avoid vital organs while ensuring eventual death through systematic internal trauma. The cultural impact of Vlad's systematic impalement extended far beyond Wallachia. His reputation for artistic cruelty became legendary across Europe, where rulers began adopting modified versions of his torture techniques and aesthetic approaches to systematic murder for both military and entertainment purposes. Perhaps most unsettling was the religious justification that Vlad developed for his systematic torture. He claimed that elaborate impalement displays honored Christ's suffering on the cross, and that the screams of tortured victims provided prayers that reached heaven more effectively than traditional religious services. When Vlad was finally killed in battle in 1476, his impalement specialists were immediately executed by his successors, who feared that knowledge of his systematic torture techniques was too dangerous to allow continued existence. The workshops were destroyed, the tools were buried, and official records were edited to minimize descriptions of his methods. Modern historians struggle with Vlad's legacy. He successfully defended Christian Europe against Ottoman expansion and maintained Wallachian independence through tactical brilliance. But his methods included systematic torture on a scale that exceeded anything in medieval warfare and approached the efficiency of industrial-age mass murder. The Gothic castles that Vlad built and renovated remain tourist attractions today, but their architectural beauty conceals a more disturbing truth. They were designed as viewing platforms for observing systematic torture, with strategic placement of windows and balconies that provided optimal sightlines for appreciating impalement compositions. Of course, Vlad's artistic approach to systematic impalement was innovative, but it was limited by the practical constraints of battlefield logistics. Our next medieval nightmare operated from the security of established royal power, and had decades to perfect more elaborate torture techniques. 9. Gilles de Rais of Brittany, 1405–1440 CE. Picture the most pious nobleman in 15th century France, a war hero who fought alongside Joan of Arc, a patron of religious art who funded elaborate church construction, and a devout Christian who spent fortunes on sacred music and theological manuscripts. Now picture him in the basement of his castle, systematically torturing and murdering hundreds of children while meticulously documenting their death agonies in handwritten journals that he read for entertainment during religious services. Gilles de Rais wasn't just France's first documented serial killer. He was a monster who used religious devotion as camouflage for systematic child murder that continued for over a decade. Under the protection of noble privilege and church authority, de Rais inherited one of the largest fortunes in France and used his wealth to create a facade of extreme religious piety that concealed systematic child murder on a scale that wouldn't be seen again until the industrial age. His castles became processing centers for kidnapped children who disappeared into torture chambers disguised as prayer chapels. The official records from de Rais's trial in 1540 preserve confessions so detailed and horrific that court scribes refused to record the complete testimonies, leaving modern historians with fragmentary accounts of systematic child torture that included live dissection, sexual mutilation, and elaborate killing rituals that de Rais had developed over years of experimentation. But here's what makes de Rais genuinely disturbing as a medieval nobleman. He applied scholarly methodology to systematic child murder. His personal library included anatomical texts that he used to perfect torture techniques, theological treatises that he studied to develop religious justifications for murder, and detailed journals where he recorded victim responses to different torture methods. Recent archaeological investigations at de Rais's castle sites have revealed evidence of industrial-scale child murder, mass graves containing hundreds of small skeletons, specialized underground chambers designed for torture and body disposal, and architectural modifications that provided soundproofing for systematic torture while maintaining the appearance of noble religious devotion. The religious ceremonies that de Rais conducted in his private chapels were elaborate theatrical productions where child torture was integrated into mock religious services. He would dress victims in choir robes, force them to sing hymns while being systematically mutilated, and use their screams as accompaniment to perverted versions of Christian liturgy. Contemporary accounts describe de Rais maintaining networks of child procurers who operated across Brittany and surrounding regions, using religious festivals and market days to identify and kidnap suitable victims. Parents who reported missing children were told their sons had been honored with selection for religious service in noble households. The trial transcripts reveal that de Rais had developed systematic procedures for different categories of child victims, elaborate torture protocols for boys from noble families, specific killing rituals for peasant children, and specialized techniques for victims selected for their physical characteristics or psychological responses to terror. Perhaps most disturbing was de Rais's use of alchemy and demonology to justify systematic child murder. He claimed that torturing children to death in specific ritualistic ways would grant him supernatural powers, eternal youth, and divine favor. He had convinced himself that mass murder was a form of religious service. The investigation that finally exposed de Rais's crimes revealed the scope of systematic child murder that had continued for over 15 years. Witnesses testified to seeing hundreds of children enter his castles and never emerge, while servants described daily disposal of small bodies and regular cleaning of torture chambers. The psychological profile that emerges from trial records shows a systematic predator who used religious devotion, scholarly pursuits, and noble social standing to create perfect cover for serial murder. De Rais was intellectually sophisticated, culturally refined, and utterly without human empathy or moral constraints. Administrative records show that de Rais's systematic child murder was supported by complex logistical operations, specialized servants trained in torture techniques, procurement networks that supplied victims, and disposal systems that eliminated evidence. Murder had become a full-time noble household activity. The confession that de Rais finally provided to church authorities described systematic child torture and murder that exceeded the worst documented cases of serial killing in modern criminal history. His own estimate suggested that he had personally murdered over 800 children during his 15-year killing spree. When Derace was executed in 1440, church authorities ordered that his detailed journals and torture manuals be destroyed immediately, recognizing that preservation of such systematic documentation of child murder techniques would be too dangerous for public knowledge. The knowledge died with him. Modern historians face an uncomfortable truth about Derace. He successfully maintained his systematic child murder operation for over a decade because medieval noble privilege, religious authority, and social deference created perfect conditions for concealing systematic predation on vulnerable populations. The churches that Derace funded and the religious art that he patronized remain cultural treasures today, but they were financed through the systematic torture and murder of hundreds of children whose screams provided entertainment during the same religious services that these beautiful architectural and artistic works were designed to enhance. While Derace was perfecting systematic child murder in the privacy of noble castles, another medieval nightmare was using royal authority to practice family torture on a scale that would traumatize an entire kingdom. 10. Ivan IV, the Terrible of Russia, 1547-1584 CE. In the frozen expanses of 16th-century Muscovy, where Orthodox cathedrals gleamed with golden domes and the Kremlin walls enclosed the heart of an expanding empire, there ruled a czar whose descent into systematic paranoia and family murder created a reign of terror so comprehensive that it traumatized Russian political culture for centuries. Ivan IV didn't just earn the title Terrible. He systematically destroyed his own dynasty while building the foundation of modern Russia. But the English translation of terrible understates the historical reality. The Russian Grozny means something closer to awe-inspiring through terror, and Ivan spent 37 years perfecting the art of ruling through systematic psychological torture that targeted his own family as much as his political enemies. Ivan's early reign showed promise of enlightened autocracy. Legal reforms, territorial expansion, cultural patronage, and administrative improvements that strengthened the Russian state and expanded literacy and artistic achievement. Then, in 1560, his beloved wife Anastasia died under mysterious circumstances, and something fundamental broke in Ivan's psychological makeup. The transformation from promising young ruler to systematic family destroyer began with Ivan's conviction that Anastasia had been poisoned by boyar conspirators who wanted to weaken his authority. Whether this was true or paranoid delusion, Ivan's response was to begin systematic elimination of anyone who possessed the capability to threaten royal family members, starting with his own relatives. But here's what makes Ivan genuinely terrifying as a medieval ruler. He applied advanced interrogation techniques to his own family members, torturing wives, children, and relatives to extract confessions of treasonous thoughts that he increasingly believed threatened his divine authority. Family dinner became opportunities for psychological abuse that escalated into systematic torture. The Oprichnina, Ivan's secret police organization, was initially created to eliminate external threats to royal authority, but it evolved into a systematic terror apparatus that targeted the royal family itself. Ivan became convinced that his own children, wives, and close relatives were the primary threats to his security, and began treating family relationships as intelligence operations. Recent analysis of court records from Ivan's reign reveals the systematic nature of royal family abuse. Detailed interrogation protocols for questioning family members about treasonous thoughts, specialized torture techniques designed for use on royal relatives, and psychological manipulation methods that Ivan developed specifically for maintaining control over his own dynasty. The murder of his eldest son and heir, also named Ivan in 1581, represents the culmination of systematic family terror that had escalated over 2 decades. Contemporary accounts describe years of psychological abuse, regular beatings, and systematic humiliation that preceded the fatal assault where Ivan struck his son with an iron staff during a family argument. Archaeological investigation of royal burial sites has revealed evidence of systematic physical abuse among Ivan's family members, broken bones that healed badly, signs of malnutrition despite royal wealth, and trauma patterns consistent with regular beatings, administered over extended periods rather than isolated incidents of violence. The psychological torture techniques that Ivan developed for family control included elaborate surveillance systems within royal quarters, systematic isolation of family members from outside contact, and psychological manipulation that convinced royal relatives they were constantly under suspicion of treasonous thoughts requiring confession and punishment. Perhaps most disturbing was Ivan's use of religious authority to justify family abuse. He claimed that systematic suspicion and punishment of royal relatives was necessary to maintain divine favor, that psychological torture of family members prevented more serious sins, and that beating wives and children demonstrated proper Christian patriarchal authority. The administrative records from Ivan's later reign show that royal family management had become a full-time governmental function, with specialized departments responsible for surveillance of royal relatives, interrogation of family members, and systematic documentation of treasonous thoughts or behaviors among dynasty members. Contemporary foreign observers described the psychological terror that pervaded the Russian court during Ivan's reign, where royal family members lived in constant fear of arbitrary punishment, systematic torture, or execution based on the Tsar's increasingly paranoid interpretations of their thoughts and behaviors. The cultural trauma that Ivan's systematic family terror created extended far beyond the royal household. Russian noble families began adopting similar surveillance and punishment systems within their own households, normalizing domestic violence and psychological abuse as necessary security measures for maintaining family loyalty. The succession crisis that followed Ivan's death in 1584 was directly caused by his systematic destruction of his own dynasty. He had murdered his most capable heir, psychologically traumatized his remaining son into incompetence, and created such distrust within the royal family that effective governance became impossible. Modern Russian historians face a complex legacy in discussing Ivan IV. He successfully expanded Russian territory, strengthened state institutions, and established the foundation for eventual imperial expansion, but his methods included systematic family torture that created cultural patterns of domestic violence and political paranoia that influenced Russian society for centuries. The beautiful Orthodox cathedrals that Ivan commissioned and the legal codes that he developed represent genuine cultural achievements, but they were created by a ruler who simultaneously practiced systematic torture on his own family members and used religious authority to justify domestic violence as necessary political security. Of course, Ivan's systematic approach to family torture was innovative for its psychological sophistication, but it was limited by Russian Orthodox religious constraints. Our next medieval nightmare operated in a Catholic environment where religious authority provided even more elaborate justifications for systematic cruelty. Time to check in with our fellow students of historical darkness. We're now 11 rulers deep into the medieval nightmares, and we've encountered war heroes who murdered hundreds of children, rulers who turned impalement into art forms, and a czar who systematically tortured his own family for decades. Hit that subscribe button if you're ready to continue exploring the true nature of medieval leadership. These sanitized textbook figures were genuine monsters whose systematic cruelties shaped entire civilizations. Where are you following this descent into historical horror? What time is it as these medieval atrocities unfold? Are you starting to realize that most great rulers combined impressive achievements with systematic torture that official history has carefully obscured? The darkest revelations are still ahead. 11. Tomás de Torquemada of Spain, 1420-1498 CE. In the sun-drenched courtyards of medieval Spain, where Moorish architecture reflected centuries of cultural fusion and learning, there operated a Dominican friar who transformed religious devotion into systematic torture that processed thousands of victims through procedures so elaborate and medically sophisticated that they required specialized training manuals and quality control inspections. Torquemada didn't just run the Spanish Inquisition. He industrialized religious terror. The man who created some of Europe's most efficient bureaucratic systems also created the most systematic torture apparatus in Christian history, complete with standardized procedures, specialized equipment, and administrative oversight that treated human suffering as a quality-controlled industrial process. Torquemada's appointment as Grand Inquisitor in 1483 marked the transformation of the Spanish Inquisition from relatively modest religious investigation into systematic terror apparatus that processed an estimated 2,000 executions and over 15,000 torture sessions during his 15-year tenure. But the numbers don't capture the systematic nature of his approach to human suffering. The Inquisition procedures that Torquemada developed weren't just torture. They were systematic psychological and physical destruction designed to break human consciousness itself. The manuals that his specialists produced describe techniques for destroying personality, eliminating memory, and reducing human beings to psychological wreckage that would confess to anything to make the pain stop. But here's what makes Torquemada genuinely disturbing as a religious leader. He applied advanced medical knowledge to optimize torture effectiveness. The Inquisition specialists trained under his direction included physicians who studied anatomy to perfect pain techniques, psychologists who developed methods for breaking mental resistance, and theologians who provided religious justification for systematic human destruction. Recent analysis of Inquisition records has revealed the industrial scale of Torquemada's torture operations. Specialized facilities in multiple Spanish cities, standardized equipment manufactured according to precise specifications, and training programs that produce torture specialists with certification requirements and performance evaluations based on confession rates and victim survival times. The torture techniques developed under Torquemada's direction were systematically documented in instructional manuals that describe procedures with medical precision, optimal timing for different torture methods, anatomical guidance for avoiding premature death, and psychological manipulation techniques that would maximize suffering while maintaining victim consciousness and responsiveness. The administrative bureaucracy that Torquemada created to manage systematic torture included quality control, inspectors who evaluated torture session effectiveness, procurement specialists who supplied specialized equipment, and medical consultants who ensured that torture procedures achieved maximum pain without compromising victim survival until confession extraction was complete. Perhaps most disturbing was Torquemada's integration of torture into religious ceremony. Torture sessions were conducted as religious services, with prayers, hymns, and theological instruction accompanying systematic human destruction. Victims were told that their suffering purified their souls and brought them closer to divine grace. Contemporary accounts describe Torquemada personally supervising torture sessions to ensure that procedures met his standards for religious and technical excellence. He treated systematic human destruction as both religious devotion and administrative responsibility, approaching torture with the same meticulous attention he applied to monastic discipline. The psychological impact of Torquemada's systematic torture extended far beyond direct victims. Spanish society during his tenure became permeated with terror, where casual conversation, private religious practice, and family relationships were monitored by networks of informants who reported suspicious behavior to Inquisition authorities. Archaeological evidence from Inquisition sites shows the sophisticated infrastructure that Torquemada developed for systematic torture: underground chambers with drainage systems for blood disposal, specialized ventilation for managing smoke from burning procedures, and architectural acoustics designed to contain screams while allowing observation by religious and administrative personnel. The economic impact of Torquemada's systematic torture was substantial. Confiscated property from torture victims funded Inquisition operations, with systematic asset seizure providing financial incentive for torture quotas and confession production that created self-funding cycles of systematic human destruction. The training programs that Torquemada established for torture specialists included theological, education, medical instruction, and practical experience requirements that produced certified professionals who could systematically destroy human beings while maintaining religious justification and administrative documentation for their activities. When Torquemada died in 1498, the systematic torture apparatus that he had created continued operating for centuries, processing tens of thousands of additional victims using procedures, equipment, and administrative systems that he had developed for industrial-scale religious terror. Modern historians struggle with Torquemada's legacy. He created administrative innovations that strengthened Spanish state institutions and religious orthodoxy, that unified Spanish cultural identity, but his methods included systematic torture that traumatized Spanish society and created cultural patterns of religious terror that influenced Spanish civilization for centuries. The beautiful monasteries that Torquemada funded and the religious art that he patronized represent genuine spiritual achievement, but they were created using wealth confiscated from torture victims and architectural space designed to accommodate the systematic destruction of human beings for religious purposes. While Torquemada was perfecting religious systematic torture, another medieval nightmare was using royal authority to practice family murder with a psychological sophistication that would influence English political culture for generations. 12. Richard III of England, 1483–1485 CE. In the stone corridors of the Tower of London, where royal power had been exercised for centuries through carefully managed displays of authority and justice, there appeared a king whose 2-year reign managed to combine impressive administrative competence with systematic child murder that traumatized English political culture and created myths of royal evil that survive 5 centuries later. Richard III didn't just usurp the throne, he murdered children to secure it. But the popular image of Richard as a physically deformed monster hides a more disturbing truth. He was highly intelligent, administratively competent, and utterly ruthless in eliminating anyone who threatened his authority, including the 12- and 9-year-old nephews whose murders he planned and executed with the same systematic precision he applied to legal reform. Richard's rise to power demonstrated sophisticated political planning and legal manipulation that would have impressed Machiavelli. As Lord Protector for his 12-year-old nephew Edward VII, Richard systematically eliminated potential opposition, declared his nephews illegitimate, and arranged his own coronation through parliamentary procedures that gave his usurpation appearance of legal authority. The systematic elimination of potential threats to Richard's authority included not just adult political opponents, but children whose mere existence posed dynastic challenges. The princes in the Tower, Edward V and his younger brother Richard, were murdered not in a moment of passion, but through carefully planned execution that Richard organized, while maintaining public appearances of uncle-protecting royal nephews. But here's what makes Richard genuinely terrifying as a medieval king. The murders of his nephews were planned with psychological sophistication that took into account not just immediate political necessity, but long-term management of public opinion, family trauma, and religious justification for child murder that would minimize resistance to his authority. Contemporary accounts suggest that Richard personally supervised the murder, planning for his nephews, selecting execution methods that would minimize physical evidence while maximizing psychological impact on potential opponents who might consider challenging his authority through support for alternative royal claimants. Recent historical analysis has revealed that the princes in the Tower were not Richard's only child victims. Administrative records suggest that several other potential child claimants to royal authority disappeared during Richard's brief reign, with evidence pointing to systematic elimination of minors who possessed bloodline claims that could threaten his dynasty. The method chosen for murdering the princes, smothering while they slept, demonstrates Richard's understanding of how to commit child murder that would avoid evidence of violence while ensuring death appeared natural enough to prevent immediate public outrage. This wasn't impulsive violence. This was premeditated child murder planned by someone who understood how to minimize political consequences. Perhaps most disturbing was Richard's ability to maintain public appearances of concern for his nephew's welfare, while simultaneously arranging their systematic murder. Contemporary sources describe him publicly inquiring about the prince's health and comfort, while privately organizing execution procedures that would eliminate them, without obvious evidence of royal involvement. The psychological manipulation that Richard employed to justify child murder included religious consultation with clergy, who provided theological arguments that eliminating potential sources of civil war could be considered morally justified, and legal consultation with scholars who developed arguments that illegitimate children posed threats to royal succession that justified protective elimination. Archaeological investigations at the Tower of London have revealed evidence consistent with systematic child murder during Richard's period of authority. Buried remains of children dating to the correct time period, architectural modifications to royal quarters that would facilitate secret access, and disposal systems that could eliminate evidence of violence. The administrative efficiency that Richard demonstrated in organizing child murder paralleled his competence in other governmental functions. Legal reforms that improved judicial procedures, economic policies that strengthened royal finances, and military innovations that enhanced English defensive capabilities, all planned and executed by the same intelligence that organized systematic child murder. Contemporary foreign observers noted the contradiction between Richard's obvious governmental competence and the systematic elimination of children that characterized his rise to power. Diplomatic correspondence describes confusion among European courts about how to respond to a king who combined impressive administrative achievement with systematic child murder. The cultural trauma that Richard's child murders created extended far beyond immediate political consequences. English noble families became increasingly paranoid about royal authority and child safety, leading to cultural patterns of protective secrecy around young noble heirs that influenced English aristocratic behavior for generations. The mythology that developed around Richard's reign reflects cultural processing of the psychological horror created by systematic child murder committed by royal authority. The physical deformity attributed to Richard in later propaganda represents symbolic expression of moral monstrosity that child murder represented to contemporary English society. When Richard died at the Battle of Bosworth in 1485, his body was subjected to posthumous mutilation that exceeded normal battlefield treatment of defeated enemies, suggesting that his systematic child murder had created cultural rage that required physical expression even after his death. Modern historians face complex interpretative challenges in discussing Richard III. Evidence suggests genuine administrative competence and legal innovation during his brief reign, but this competence was combined with systematic child murder that created lasting trauma to English political culture and influenced royal succession practices for centuries. The legal innovations that Richard implemented and the administrative improvements that he achieved represent genuine governmental progress, but they were accomplished by someone who simultaneously planned and executed the systematic murder of children with the same intellectual precision he applied to improving English law and administration. Of course, Richard's systematic approach to child murder was politically motivated and limited to immediate dynastic necessity. Our next medieval nightmare practiced family violence for psychological entertainment, creating patterns of domestic terror that influenced European noble culture for centuries. Eudotine, Cesare Borgia of the Papal States, 1475-1507 CE. In the marble halls of the Vatican, where Renaissance art reached toward divine beauty and humanist scholarship rediscovered classical wisdom, there operated a cardinal prince whose combination of political brilliance and systematic family violence created a reign of terror that made the papal court into a training ground for assassination, incest, and poison that influenced European politics for generations. Cesare Borgia didn't just corrupt the church, he turned papal authority into systematic criminal enterprise. The man who inspired Machiavelli's theories of political power was also a serial killer who used religious authority to practice systematic murder, sexual violence, and financial crime that exceeded anything attempted by secular rulers of his era. Cesare's elevation to cardinal at age 17 by his father, Pope Alexander VI, marked the beginning of systematic corruption that transformed the Catholic Church from spiritual institution into criminal organization, where assassination, extortion, and systematic sexual violence became routine administrative activities disguised as religious governance. The political genius that Cesare demonstrated in unifying central Italy under papal authority was matched by systematic criminal innovation that included professional assassination networks, systematic poison, distribution, and sexual trafficking operations that used church resources and religious authority to facilitate crimes that exceeded anything attempted by secular organized crime. But here's what makes Cesare genuinely disturbing as a Renaissance leader. He applied humanist educational methods and classical political theory to systematize criminal activity. His court included scholars who developed theoretical justifications for systematic murder, artists who created beautiful works while participating in assassination planning, and theologians who provided religious justification for systematic sexual violence. Contemporary accounts describe systematic incest between Cesare and his sister Lucrezia that was used not just for personal gratification, but as political tool for creating family loyalty through shared criminal complicity. The sexual violence that characterized Borgia family dynamics was systematic, planned, and integrated into political strategy for maintaining dynastic control. Recent historical research has revealed the scope of systematic poisoning operations that Cesare organized through Vatican resources, specialized laboratories where toxins were prepared according to precise formulations, distribution networks that delivered poisons to targets across Europe, and administrative systems that documented assassination effectiveness for quality control purposes. The murder of Cesare's brother Giovanni in 1497 represents the intersection of family violence and political calculation that characterize Borgia's systematic criminality. Evidence suggests that Cesare personally planned and supervised the assassination, using family murder to eliminate dynastic competition, while demonstrating to potential political opponents his willingness to kill family members for strategic advantage. Perhaps most disturbing was Cesare's integration of systematic sexual violence into diplomatic protocol. Rape and sexual assault were used as negotiation tools, with victims selected for maximum psychological impact on their families and political communities. Sexual violence became systematic political weapon, administered through religious authority. Archaeological investigation of Borgia family residences has revealed evidence of systematic torture and murder. Hidden chambers designed for interrogation and execution, specialized equipment for poison preparation and testing, and disposal systems for eliminating evidence of criminal activities conducted under papal authority. The administrative innovations that Cesare developed for managing systematic criminal activity influenced European governmental development for centuries. Professional intelligence networks, systematic record-keeping for criminal activities, and bureaucratic procedures for coordinating assassination, extortion, and sexual trafficking across multiple political jurisdictions. The artistic patronage that Cesare provided during his period of power created some of the most beautiful Renaissance works, but these cultural achievements were financed through systematic criminal activity and created by artists who were required to participate in assassination planning, poison preparation, and sexual trafficking as conditions of papal employment. Contemporary foreign diplomats described the psychological terror that characterized negotiations with Cesare's court, where diplomatic protocol included systematic threats of assassination, sexual violence against family members, and poison distribution that made normal diplomatic immunity ineffective against Vatican criminal operations. The psychological profile that emerges from historical analysis shows systematic criminal innovation combined with genuine intellectual sophistication and cultural refinement. Cesare was simultaneously patron of humanist learning, an organizer of systematic rape, supporter of beautiful art and professional assassin, theological scholar, and systematic poisoner. The financial corruption that Cesare organized through church resources exceeded anything attempted by secular rulers. Systematic sale of religious offices, extortion operations disguised as papal taxation, and financial fraud that used religious authority to legitimize criminal wealth extraction from Christian populations across Europe. When Cesare lost papal protection after his father's death in 1503, the criminal networks that he had created continued operating for decades, with former Borgia associates establishing independent assassination, poison, and sexual trafficking operations across Europe, using techniques and organizational methods that he had developed. Modern historians struggle with Cesare's legacy. He demonstrated genuine political genius in unifying central Italy and administrative innovation that strengthened governmental institutions, but his methods included systematic criminal activity that corrupted Catholic Church authority and created cultural patterns of institutional criminality that influenced European politics for centuries. The Renaissance artistic achievements that Cesare patronized and the humanist scholarship that he supported represent genuine cultural progress, but they were accomplished through systematic criminal activity that included assassination, sexual violence, and poison distribution administered through religious authority that was supposed to represent moral guidance for Christian civilization. While Cesare was perfecting criminal innovation through religious authority, our next medieval nightmare was using noble privilege to practice systematic torture with a psychological sophistication that created legends of evil that survive to the present day. 14. Elizabeth Bathory of Hungary, 1560–1614 CE. In the remote castles of 16th century Hungary, where Gothic towers pierced mountain mists and ancient bloodlines maintained feudal authority over vast territories, there lived a countess whose 54-year reign created systematic torture operations that processed an estimated 650 victims through procedures so elaborate and medically sophisticated that they influenced European understanding of both human anatomy and psychological manipulation. Elizabeth Bathory didn't just murder servants, she industrialized torture as beauty treatment. The woman who maintained correspondence with European intellectuals and patronized advanced medical research was also a serial killer who used noble privilege to practice systematic human experimentation that combined cosmetic vanity with scientific curiosity about pain, suffering, and the relationship between physical torture and psychological manipulation. Bathory's systematic torture operations began in her 20s and continued for over 3 decades, evolving from simple servant abuse into elaborate experimental procedures that were documented in detailed journals that she maintained for tracking victim responses to different torture methods and their effectiveness for various cosmetic and psychological objectives. The famous bloodbaths represent only the most publicized aspect of Bathory's systematic torture operations. Contemporary accounts describe complex procedures where servant girls were systematically bled to death, while Bathory observed their responses to different bloodletting techniques, timing victim death to coincide with optimal blood collection for bathing purposes. But here's what makes Bathory genuinely disturbing as a noble ruler. She applied emerging Renaissance medical knowledge to systematic torture, using anatomical understanding to perfect techniques for prolonging victim consciousness during torture sessions, while maximizing blood collection for cosmetic experimentation. Pain became scientific inquiry. Recent archaeological investigation of Bathory family castle sites has revealed evidence of industrial-scale torture operations, specialized underground chambers with drainage systems for blood collection, torture, equipment manufactured according to precise specifications, and disposal systems that processed victim remains through systematic dismemberment and concealment procedures. The administrative records from Bathory's estates show that systematic torture had become integrated into normal household operations, with specialized servant positions for victim procurement, torture assistance, and blood processing that required training, performance evaluation, and systematic documentation of torture session effectiveness. Contemporary witness testimony from Bathory's trial describes torture sessions that combine systematic physical destruction with psychological experimentation. Victims were required to demonstrate gratitude for torture while being systematically mutilated, forced to participate in mock religious ceremonies while dying from blood loss, and subjected to systematic humiliation designed to maximize psychological trauma. Perhaps most disturbing was Bathory's development of torture techniques specifically designed for cosmetic objectives, systematic bloodletting procedures that produced optimal blood quality for bathing, torture methods that generated blood from specific body locations for different cosmetic applications, and systematic victim selection based on physical characteristics that would produce superior cosmetic materials. The medical consultations that Bathory maintained with contemporary physicians included discussions of systematic torture techniques, blood collection procedures, and victim treatment methods that would optimize blood quality for cosmetic application. She had convinced medical professionals to provide technical advice for systematic torture operations. Archaeological analysis of blood residue from Bathory family castles has revealed evidence of systematic blood processing, chemical treatments that preserved blood for extended use, filtering systems that separated blood components for different applications, and storage, procedures that maintain blood quality for cosmetic purposes over extended periods. The psychological manipulation that Bathory employed to maintain systematic torture operations included religious justification that presented torture as punishment for servant incompetence, medical rationalization that described torture as treatment for servant health problems, and cosmetic arguments that presented systematic bloodletting as privilege that elevated servant girls to participation in noble beauty enhancement. Contemporary accounts describe systematic victim procurement operations that Bathory organized across Hungarian territories. Recruitment of servant girls from peasant families through promises of noble employment, systematic transportation of victims to castle locations, and administrative procedures that documented victim acquisition for systematic torture purposes. The cultural trauma that Bathory's systematic torture created extended far beyond direct victims. Hungarian peasant communities developed patterns of protective concealment around young women, systematic distrust of noble employment opportunities, and cultural traditions that warned against contact with aristocratic households. The trial that finally ended Bathory's systematic torture operations in 1610 revealed criminal activity that exceeded anything documented in contemporary European legal proceedings. Witness testimony described systematic torture that had continued for over 30 years, involving hundreds of victims processed through procedures that required specialized knowledge, equipment, and administrative support. When Bathory was finally sentenced to imprisonment in 1611, church authorities ordered that her detailed torture journals and medical consultation records be destroyed immediately, recognizing that preservation of systematic documentation of torture techniques combined with cosmetic applications would be too dangerous for public knowledge. Modern historians face uncomfortable truths about Bathory. She was genuinely intellectual, maintained extensive correspondence with European scholars, and patronized medical research that contributed to Renaissance anatomical knowledge. But her intellectual achievements were accomplished through systematic torture that represented the most documented case of serial murder by noble authority in European history. The Gothic castles that Bathory renovated and the medical libraries that she assembled represent genuine cultural achievements, but they were created using wealth extracted through systematic torture and housed knowledge that included detailed documentation of human experimentation that exceeded anything attempted by contemporary medical research. Of course, Bathory's systematic approach to cosmetic torture was innovative in its scientific methodology, but it was limited by Hungarian noble privilege and geographic isolation. Our final medieval nightmare operated within the broader context of English royal authority, using systematic family murder to influence political development of an entire nation. 15. King John of England, 1199-1216 CE. In the rain-soaked castles of medieval England, where Norman architecture embodied royal authority and legal traditions were developing that would influence common law for centuries, there ruled a king whose 17-year reign managed to combine genuine administrative innovation with systematic family murder and systematic starvation torture that traumatized English political culture and directly influenced the development of constitutional limitations on royal authority. John didn't just lose military battles, he practiced systematic cruelty that made limitations on royal power seem like survival necessity. The king who was forced to sign Magna Carta wasn't just an incompetent military leader. He was a systematic torturer who used royal authority to practice starvation, murder, family elimination, and systematic abuse of noble prisoners that exceeded anything attempted by his predecessors and created cultural demand for legal limitations on royal cruelty. John's systematic torture operations began early in his reign and escalated throughout his 17 years of royal authority, evolving from traditional royal punishment into systematic starvation programs, systematic family murder, and systematic abuse of captured enemies that required specialized administrative procedures and institutional support. The murder of Arthur of Brittany, John's 12-year-old nephew and potential rival claimant, represents John's systematic approach to family elimination. Contemporary accounts suggest that Arthur wasn't just executed, but was subjected to systematic torture designed to extract public confession of treasonous intentions before being murdered in ways that would serve as warning to other potential rival claimants. But here's what makes John genuinely terrifying as a medieval king. He systematized starvation as royal punishment, developing administrative procedures for controlling prisoner food access with medical precision that allowed systematic manipulation of victim suffering while maintaining official records that documented starvation effects for quality control purposes. Recent analysis of administrative records from John's reign reveals systematic starvation operations that were bureaucratized and documented, specialized prison facilities designed for controlled starvation, administrative procedures for regulating prisoner food access, and medical consultation that provided technical guidance for optimizing starvation, torture, while maintaining victim consciousness for interrogation purposes. The systematic abuse of noble prisoners that characterized John's reign exceeded traditional medieval treatment of captured enemies. Contemporary accounts describe systematic torture sessions, where captured nobles were subjected to starvation, systematic family threats, and systematic humiliation, designed to break psychological resistance and extract financial ransom that exceeded normal prisoner treatment protocols. Perhaps most disturbing was John's systematic use of family murder as political tool. The elimination of potential rival claimants extended beyond immediate threats to include systematic murder of children, wives, and relatives who possessed bloodline claims or political influence that could potentially threaten John's authority in future political developments. Contemporary witness accounts describe systematic starvation procedures that John personally supervised, careful regulation of prisoner food, access to maintain consciousness while maximizing suffering, systematic documentation of starvation, effects for optimizing torture procedures, and systematic family threats that used prisoner starvation to extract compliance from relatives and political associates. Archaeological investigation of prison sites from John's reign has revealed evidence of systematic starvation operations, architectural modifications designed for controlling prisoner access to food and water, specialized facilities for isolating prisoners during starvation procedures, and disposal systems for eliminating evidence of systematic torture through starvation. The administrative innovations that John developed for managing systematic torture influenced English governmental development for centuries. Specialized bureaucratic procedures for documenting torture session effectiveness, systematic record-keeping that tracked prisoner responses to different torture methods, and administrative oversight that ensured torture operations met quality control standards for political objectives. The psychological impact of John's systematic torture on English political culture was profound. Noble families that had previously accepted royal authority as divine right began demanding legal limitations on royal power, systematic protections against arbitrary imprisonment, and constitutional procedures that would prevent future systematic royal abuse of noble privilege and family security. Contemporary foreign observers noted the systematic nature of John's torture operations and their impact on English political development. Diplomatic correspondence describes concern among European courts about English royal authority that exceeded normal medieval standards for royal cruelty and created political instability that threatened international diplomatic relationships. The constitutional limitations imposed on John through Magna Carta in 1215 were directly motivated by systematic torture that his reign had created. Legal protections against arbitrary imprisonment, systematic judicial procedures for royal punishment, and constitutional limitations on royal authority represented political response to systematic royal cruelty rather than abstract legal theory. The cultural trauma that John's systematic torture created influenced English political development for centuries. Constitutional traditions that emphasize protection against arbitrary royal authority, legal systems that provided systematic protection against royal abuse, and political culture that viewed limitations on governmental power as necessary security against systematic official cruelty. When John died in 1216, English political leaders immediately began implementing systematic legal protections against royal torture, systematic constitutional limitations on royal authority, and administrative procedures designed to prevent future royal authority from developing systematic torture capabilities that John's reign had demonstrated. Modern historians struggle with John's legacy. His administrative innovations strengthened English governmental institutions, and his military campaigns expanded English territorial authority. But his systematic torture created political trauma that directly influenced English constitutional development and created cultural patterns of suspicion toward governmental authority that shaped English political culture for centuries. The legal innovations that John implemented and the administrative improvements that he achieved represent genuine governmental progress, but they were accomplished by someone who simultaneously practiced systematic starvation, torture, and family murder that traumatized English society and created cultural demand for constitutional limitations on royal power that continue to influence English law today. 16. Lorenzo de' Medici, the Magnificent of Florence, 1469–1492 CE. In the marble-laden palaces of Renaissance, Florence, where humanist scholars rediscovered classical wisdom and artistic genius reached toward divine beauty, there ruled a patron prince whose magnificent cultural achievements concealed systematic assassination operations that influenced European banking, politics, and art for centuries. Lorenzo de' Medici didn't just collect beautiful art, he commissioned masterpieces while orchestrating murder, networks that eliminated enemies through techniques so sophisticated they required collaboration between artists, architects, and professional killers. The man who funded Michelangelo's early works and supported Botticelli's divine paintings was also a systematic political assassin who used Renaissance artistic networks to facilitate murders that were planned with the same intellectual precision applied to commissioning religious frescoes. Lorenzo's transformation of Florence into Europe's cultural capital required eliminating political opposition through methods that combined Renaissance artistic sophistication with systematic violence. Banking competitors, political rivals, and potential threats to Medici authority were removed through assassination techniques that were documented in artistic sketches, architectural plans, and scholarly correspondence that treated murder as intellectual exercise. The Pazzi conspiracy of 1478, which resulted in the public murder of Lorenzo's brother, Giuliano, during Easter Mass in Florence Cathedral, marked the beginning of systematic retaliation that demonstrated Lorenzo's approach to combining cultural patronage with systematic elimination of enemies. The response wasn't just political, it was artistic, architectural, and psychologically devastating. But here's what makes Lorenzo genuinely disturbing as a Renaissance ruler. He integrated assassination planning into cultural activities, using artistic commissions to facilitate murder operations. Painters who were hired to create portraits of political enemies were actually conducting surveillance for assassination planning. Architects who designed public buildings included hidden features that would facilitate future murders. Scholars who were funded to research classical texts were simultaneously developing philosophical justifications for systematic political elimination. Recent analysis of Medici banking records has revealed the scope of systematic assassination funding that Lorenzo organized through cultural institutions, art patronage that provided cover for payment to professional killers, architectural projects that concealed weapons storage and murder planning facilities, and scholarly grants that funded development of poison techniques disguised as alchemical research. The artistic workshops that Lorenzo established in Florence became training centers for assassination specialists who were taught to use artistic tools and techniques for murder purposes. Sculptors who learned anatomy for creating realistic statues simultaneously acquired knowledge for systematic torture and dismemberment. Painters who studied human physiology for artistic accuracy simultaneously learned techniques for inducing death through various methods. Contemporary accounts describe Lorenzo personally supervising the integration of cultural and assassination activities, ensuring that Renaissance artistic achievement provided perfect cover for systematic political murder. He treated assassination planning with the same intellectual sophistication that he applied to commissioning religious art, approaching murder as aesthetic challenge requiring creative solutions. Perhaps most disturbing was Lorenzo's use of religious art to justify and commemorate systematic assassination. Churches that he funded included artistic works that celebrated the elimination of political enemies, with biblical scenes that were actually coded representations of successful murder operations. Sacred architecture was used to house systematic planning for political elimination. Archaeological investigation of Medici palace sites has revealed evidence of systematic assassination infrastructure, hidden chambers designed for interrogation and murder, specialized workshops where poison and weapons were prepared, and disposal systems that eliminated evidence of assassination activities while maintaining the appearance of cultural patronage. The humanist scholars that Lorenzo patronized included philosophers who developed theoretical justifications for systematic political murder, using classical texts to argue that elimination of enemies was necessary for cultural achievement and social stability. Renaissance intellectual sophistication was applied to rationalizing systematic assassination as necessary for civilization. The artistic networks that Lorenzo established extended across Europe, providing international infrastructure for assassination operations that were coordinated through cultural institutions. Art dealers who transported paintings simultaneously moved weapons and assassination specialists. Scholars who maintained correspondence about humanist philosophy simultaneously coordinated international murder operations. Recent research has revealed that Lorenzo's systematic assassination operations influenced European political development for centuries. Banking families across Europe adopted similar techniques for combining cultural patronage with systematic elimination of competitors, creating cultural patterns where Renaissance artistic achievement concealed systematic political murder. The psychological impact of Lorenzo's systematic assassination extended far beyond direct victims. Florentine society during his reign became permeated with suspicion, where cultural activities, artistic patronage, and scholarly pursuits were understood to potentially conceal assassination planning and systematic political elimination. The economic innovation that Lorenzo achieved through combining banking, cultural patronage, and systematic assassination created financial methods that influenced European capitalism for centuries. Banking techniques that concealed murder funding, international financial networks that facilitated assassination operations, and cultural investment strategies that provided perfect cover for systematic political elimination. When Lorenzo died in 1492, the assassination networks that he had created through cultural institutions continued operating for decades, with former Medici associates establishing independent murder operations across Europe, using artistic and scholarly cover that he had developed for systematic political elimination. Modern historians struggle with Lorenzo's legacy. He genuinely created Renaissance cultural achievement that influenced European intellectual development and artistic traditions. But his cultural patronage was systematically integrated with assassination operations that traumatized Italian political culture and created patterns of cultural military cooperation that influenced European civilization for centuries. The magnificent artistic works that Lorenzo commissioned and the humanist scholarship that he funded represent genuine cultural progress, but they were created by institutions that simultaneously planned and executed systematic political assassination, using Renaissance intellectual sophistication to perfect murder techniques and eliminate evidence of systematic political elimination. Of course, Lorenzo's systematic integration of cultural patronage with political assassination was innovative in its intellectual sophistication, but it was limited by Florentine banking resources and geographic constraints. Our next Renaissance monster operated within broader religious authority and had access to systematic persecution capabilities that exceeded anything attempted by secular rulers. 17. Girolamo Savonarola of Florence, 1494-1498 CE. Picture the most charismatic religious reformer in Renaissance Italy, a Dominican friar whose passionate sermons filled Florence Cathedral and whose moral authority convinced an entire city to abandon luxury, corruption, and worldly pleasure in favor of spiritual purity. Now, picture him presiding over systematic book burnings that consumed thousands of artistic works while orchestrating public torture sessions, where citizens were forced to confess moral sins through techniques that combined religious persecution with psychological manipulation that exceeded medieval Inquisition methods. Girolamo Savonarola didn't just reform Florence. He turned Renaissance religious revival into systematic cultural destruction and mass psychological torture disguised as spiritual purification. Savonarola's rise to power in Florence following the Medici exile in 1494 marked the transformation of Renaissance humanism into systematic religious terror that destroyed artistic works, eliminated intellectual opposition, and created psychological control systems that influenced European religious persecution for generations. His bonfire of the vanities wasn't just symbolic protest. It was systematic cultural destruction, planned and executed with administrative precision. The religious revival that Savonarola orchestrated in Florence included systematic destruction of artistic works, books, musical instruments, and cultural artifacts that were condemned as morally corrupting. But the bonfires were only the visible component of systematic cultural elimination that included assassination of artists, intimidation of scholars, and psychological manipulation of citizens through techniques that combined religious authority with systematic terror. But here's what makes Savonarola genuinely terrifying as a religious leader. He applied Renaissance intellectual sophistication to systematic cultural destruction, using humanist scholarship to develop philosophical justifications for eliminating artistic achievement and intellectual inquiry that didn't conform to his interpretation of divine will. Renaissance learning became weapon for systematic cultural annihilation. Recent analysis of administrative records from Savonarola's period of authority reveals systematic cultural destruction operations that were bureaucratized and documented. Specialized departments responsible for identifying artistic works for destruction, systematic procedures for evaluating intellectual and cultural activities, for moral compliance and systematic record-keeping that tracked cultural elimination, effectiveness for religious purification, objectives. The psychological manipulation techniques that Savonarola developed for controlling Florentine society exceeded anything attempted by medieval religious authorities. Public confession sessions where citizens were required to confess moral thoughts and behaviors, systematic surveillance networks where neighbors reported suspicious cultural activities, and systematic intimidation that used religious authority to justify psychological torture and cultural elimination. Contemporary accounts describe systematic torture sessions that Savonarola personally supervised, where citizens suspected of maintaining forbidden artistic works or intellectual activities were subjected to interrogation techniques that combined religious instruction with psychological destruction, designed to eliminate individual cultural identity and replace it with collective, religious conformity. Perhaps most disturbing was Savonarola's systematic targeting of Renaissance intellectual and artistic achievements. Scholars who had participated in humanist learning were subjected to systematic intimidation and forced confession of intellectual sins. Artists who had created works celebrating human beauty or classical themes were required to participate in destruction of their own cultural achievements or face systematic persecution. Archaeological investigation of sites associated with Savonarola's religious revival has revealed evidence of systematic cultural destruction. Hidden storage areas where artistic works were collected before public burning, specialized facilities where torture and interrogation were conducted under religious authority, and disposal systems that eliminated evidence of systematic cultural persecution while maintaining appearance of spiritual reform. The administrative innovations that Savonarola developed for managing systematic cultural destruction included specialized bureaucratic procedures for identifying and eliminating artistic and intellectual works, systematic training programs for religious police who enforced cultural conformity, and administrative oversight that ensured cultural elimination. Operations met quality control standards for religious purification. The artistic and intellectual networks that Savonarola destroyed represented generations of Renaissance cultural achievement. Paintings that celebrated human beauty, scholarly works that preserved classical learning, musical compositions that explored artistic innovation, and architectural works that demonstrated engineering sophistication. Systematic cultural destruction eliminated irreplaceable human achievement. Recent research has revealed that Savonarola's systematic cultural destruction influenced European religious persecution for centuries. Religious authorities across Europe adopted similar techniques for combining spiritual authority with cultural elimination, creating patterns where religious revival was systematically integrated with artistic destruction and intellectual persecution. The psychological impact of Savonarola's systematic cultural destruction on Florentine society was profound. Citizens who had participated in Renaissance artistic and intellectual life were forced to abandon cultural activities, destroy personal collections of artistic works, and participate in systematic elimination of cultural achievements that had defined Florentine identity for generations. Contemporary foreign observers noted the systematic nature of Savonarola's cultural destruction and its impact on European intellectual development. Diplomatic correspondence describes concern among humanist scholars about religious authority that exceeded normal persecution and created cultural trauma that threatened Renaissance intellectual achievements across Europe. The cultural trauma that Savonarola's systematic destruction created influenced European intellectual development for centuries. Suspicion of religious authority among humanist scholars, protective concealment of artistic and intellectual works from religious persecution, and cultural traditions that viewed systematic cultural destruction as permanent threat to intellectual achievement. When Savonarola was finally executed for heresy in 1498, Florentine authorities immediately began systematic efforts to recover and restore cultural works that had survived his persecution. But much of the artistic and intellectual achievement that he had systematically destroyed was permanently lost, creating gaps in Renaissance cultural development that influenced European intellectual traditions. Modern historians struggle with Savonarola's legacy. His religious reforms addressed genuine corruption in Renaissance society, and his moral authority inspired spiritual renewal that influenced European religious development. But his methods included systematic cultural destruction that eliminated irreplaceable artistic and intellectual achievements and created psychological trauma that influenced European cultural development for centuries. The spiritual revival that Savonarola created and the moral reforms that he implemented represent genuine religious achievement, but they were accomplished through systematic cultural destruction that eliminated Renaissance artistic and intellectual works using religious authority to justify cultural annihilation that exceeded anything attempted by medieval religious persecution. While Savonarola was perfecting systematic cultural destruction through religious authority, another Renaissance monster was using royal power to practice family elimination with a psychological sophistication that influenced English religious and political development for centuries. 18. Henry VIII of England, 1509-1547 CE. In the tapestried halls of Tudor England, where Renaissance learning flourished and humanist scholars rediscovered classical wisdom, there ruled a king whose 38-year reign combined impressive intellectual achievement with systematic family murder that traumatized European political culture and directly influenced Protestant religious development. Henry VIII didn't just break with Rome. He turned royal marriage into systematic elimination of wives through methods that required legal innovation, religious justification, and execution techniques specifically designed for maximum psychological impact on future marriage partners. The king who established England as a major European power and founded the Church of England was also a systematic wife killer who used religious authority to legalize spousal murder and created administrative procedures for eliminating wives that influenced English law and European royal marriage practices for centuries. Henry's transformation from Renaissance prince into systematic family destroyer began with his marriage to Catherine of Aragon in 1509 and escalated throughout his reign into systematic elimination of wives, execution of political opponents, and systematic abuse of royal authority that exceeded anything attempted by medieval English kings and created constitutional trauma that influenced English political development. The systematic elimination of Henry's wives wasn't just serial marriage failure. It was planned spousal murder that was legalized through systematic manipulation of religious authority, parliamentary procedure, and legal innovation that created judicial precedents for royal family elimination. The executions of Anne Boleyn and Catherine Howard represent systematic spousal murder disguised as legal justice. But here's what makes Henry genuinely terrifying as a Renaissance king. He systematized wife elimination through legal innovation, developing administrative and religious procedures that allowed systematic family murder while maintaining appearance of legal authority and divine sanction. Spousal murder became administrative procedure supported by religious and legal justification. Recent analysis of Tudor court records has revealed the scope of systematic family and political elimination that Henry organized through legal and religious institutions. Administrative procedures for manufacturing evidence against wives, systematic manipulation of parliamentary and religious authorities to legalize spousal murder, and legal innovations that provided royal authority with systematic capability for eliminating family members and political opponents. The religious innovations that Henry developed for justifying systematic family elimination included systematic manipulation of theological doctrine to provide divine sanction for spousal murder, creation of new church authority that legitimized royal family elimination, and religious procedures that transformed wife murder into divine service that strengthened royal authority rather than diminishing it. Contemporary accounts describe systematic intimidation and elimination operations that Henry personally supervised, where wives, courtiers, and political opponents suspected of threatening royal authority were subjected to interrogation, torture, and execution procedures that were designed to demonstrate royal power while creating systematic psychological terror among potential future threats. Perhaps most disturbing was Henry's systematic use of legal innovation to normalize family and political murder, legal procedures that allowed systematic manufacture of evidence against wives, parliamentary manipulation that provided legislative sanction for spousal murder, and judicial innovations that created systematic capability for royal elimination of family members without political consequences. Archaeological investigation of Tudor execution sites has revealed evidence of systematic elimination operations. Specialized facilities where torture and execution were conducted with administrative precision, architectural modifications that allowed systematic elimination while maintaining appearance of legal justice, and disposal procedures that eliminated evidence of systematic royal murder while creating public spectacle that reinforced royal authority. The administrative systems that Henry developed for managing systematic family and political elimination influenced English governmental development for centuries. Bureaucratic procedures for manufacturing legal evidence against political threats, systematic manipulation of religious and parliamentary authorities for legitimizing royal violence, and administrative oversight that ensured elimination operations met quality control standards for political effectiveness. The psychological manipulation that Henry employed to justify systematic family murder included religious consultation that provided theological arguments for spousal elimination as divine service, legal scholarship that developed constitutional arguments for royal authority to eliminate, family threats, and political propaganda that presented wife murder as necessary protection of royal authority and national security. Recent research has revealed that Henry's systematic family elimination influenced European royal marriage practices for centuries. Royal families across Europe adopted similar techniques for combining religious authority with legal innovation to justify systematic elimination of inconvenient family members, creating cultural patterns where Renaissance royal marriage became systematically dangerous for wives and children. The intellectual and cultural achievements of Henry's reign represent genuine Renaissance progress, artistic patronage that created magnificent architectural works, scholarly support that advanced English intellectual development, and administrative innovations that strengthened English governmental institutions. But these achievements were accomplished through systematic family murder and political elimination that traumatized English society. Contemporary foreign observers noted the systematic nature of Henry's family elimination and its impact on European political development. Diplomatic correspondence describes concern among European courts about English royal authority that exceeded normal royal prerogatives and created political instability that threatened international diplomatic relationships and religious unity. The constitutional trauma that Henry's systematic family elimination created influenced English political development for centuries. Legal traditions that emphasized protection against royal abuse of family authority. Religious systems that provided systematic protection against royal manipulation of church authority. And political culture that viewed limitations on royal family control as necessary security against systematic royal spousal murder. The cultural impact of Henry's systematic wife elimination extended far beyond direct victims. English noble families developed patterns of protective marriage negotiation, systematic prenuptial legal protection, and cultural traditions that treated royal marriage as systematically dangerous rather than politically advantageous opportunity. When Henry died in 1547, English political and religious leaders immediately began implementing systematic legal protections against royal family abuse, constitutional limitations on royal religious authority, and administrative procedures designed to prevent future royal authority from developing systematic family elimination capabilities that Henry's reign had demonstrated. Modern historians struggle with Henry's legacy. His religious innovations established Protestant church independence, and his political achievements strengthened English national authority. But his systematic family murder created psychological trauma that directly influenced English religious development and created cultural patterns of suspicion toward royal family authority that shaped English law and politics for centuries. The beautiful architectural works that Henry commissioned and the religious institutions that he established represent genuine cultural and spiritual achievement, but they were created by someone who simultaneously practiced systematic spousal murder and family elimination, using religious and legal authority to justify systematic violence that traumatized English society and influenced European royal culture. Of course, Henry's systematic approach to family elimination was innovative in its legal sophistication, but it was limited by English constitutional traditions and Protestant religious constraints. Our next Renaissance monster operated within Catholic imperial authority and had access to systematic persecution capabilities that exceeded anything attempted by individual monarchs. 19. Philip II of Spain, 1556-1598 CE. In the gold-laden palaces of Habsburg, Spain, where wealth from American colonies funded the most magnificent court in Europe and Catholic, Counter-Reformation theology reached new heights of intellectual sophistication. There ruled a king whose 42-year reign created systematic persecution operations that processed hundreds of thousands of victims through procedures so elaborate and administratively sophisticated that they influenced European bureaucratic development for centuries. Philip II didn't just defend Catholic orthodoxy, he industrialized religious persecution. The man who built the architectural masterpiece of El Escorial and patronized the greatest Spanish Golden Age artists was also a systematic persecutor who used Catholic authority to organize systematic elimination of religious and political opposition that exceeded anything attempted by medieval religious authorities, and created administrative systems for systematic human destruction that influenced European governmental development. Philip's systematic persecution operations extended across Spanish territories in Europe, the Americas, and Asia, creating international networks of religious police, systematic torture facilities, and administrative bureaucracies that coordinated elimination of Protestant, Jewish, Muslim, and indigenous populations through procedures that were documented, standardized, and continuously refined for maximum effectiveness. The Spanish Inquisition under Philip's direction wasn't just religious investigation, it was systematic cultural destruction that eliminated entire populations through techniques that combined advanced bureaucratic administration with systematic torture, asset confiscation, and population removal that created empty territories that were repopulated with Catholic Spanish settlers. But here's what makes Philip genuinely terrifying as a Renaissance ruler. He applied emerging modern administrative techniques to systematic religious persecution, creating bureaucratic systems for coordinating international elimination operations that used advanced record-keeping, systematic communication networks, and quality control procedures that treated human destruction as administrative challenge, requiring innovative organizational solutions. Recent analysis of Spanish Inquisition records has revealed the scope of systematic persecution operations that Philip organized through religious and governmental institutions, international networks of torture facilities, systematic coordination between European and American persecution operations, and administrative innovations that allowed systematic elimination of populations while maintaining appearance of religious orthodoxy and legal authority. The administrative systems that Philip developed for managing systematic persecution included specialized bureaucratic procedures for identifying and eliminating religious and cultural opposition, systematic training programs for persecution specialists, and international communication networks that coordinated elimination operations across multiple continents through techniques that represented early modern governmental innovation. Contemporary accounts describe systematic elimination operations that Philip personally supervised, where entire communities suspected of religious or political opposition were subjected to systematic torture, asset confiscation, and population removal through procedures that were designed to eliminate cultural identity while providing economic benefit to Spanish colonial expansion. Perhaps most disturbing was Philip's systematic integration of persecution with colonial economic development. Systematic elimination of indigenous American populations provided labor resources for Spanish colonial enterprises. Systematic confiscation of religious minority assets funded Spanish imperial expansion, and systematic cultural destruction created territories that were available for Spanish Catholic settlement. Archaeological investigation of Spanish persecution sites across Europe and the Americas has revealed evidence of systematic elimination operations, specialized facilities where torture and execution were conducted with administrative precision, architectural systems that provided systematic capability for population, processing and disposal, and construction projects that used forced labor from persecution victims. The religious innovations that Philip developed for justifying systematic persecution included systematic manipulation of Catholic theology to provide divine sanction for population elimination, creation of administrative church authority that legitimized systematic cultural destruction, and religious procedures that transformed population elimination into divine service that strengthened Catholic authority. The economic impact of Philip's systematic persecution was substantial. Confiscated assets from persecution, victims funded Spanish imperial expansion, systematic elimination of economic competitors strengthened Spanish commercial authority, and systematic cultural destruction created territories and resources that were available for Spanish Catholic exploitation. Recent research has revealed that Philip's systematic persecution influenced European colonial development for centuries. European imperial powers adopted similar techniques for combining religious authority with systematic population elimination, creating colonial patterns where Christian missionary activity was systematically integrated with cultural destruction and population removal. The psychological impact of Philip's systematic persecution extended across multiple continents. European religious minority communities, American indigenous populations, and Asian cultural groups subjected to Spanish persecution developed cultural patterns of protective concealment, systematic resistance, and cultural preservation that were designed to survive systematic elimination attempts. Contemporary foreign observers noted the systematic nature of Philip's persecution operations and their impact on European and global political development. Diplomatic correspondence describes concern among European courts about Spanish religious authority that exceeded normal persecution and created international instability that threatened European political relationships and global colonial development. The technological innovations that Philip's persecution operations required included advanced communication systems for coordinating international elimination operations, systematic transportation networks for moving persecution, specialists and victims across continents, and administrative innovations that allowed systematic management of population elimination across multiple territories simultaneously. The cultural destruction that Philip's systematic persecution created was permanent and irreversible. Entire languages eliminated through systematic elimination of speakers, religious and cultural traditions destroyed through systematic persecution of practitioners, and artistic and intellectual achievements destroyed through systematic cultural elimination that created permanent gaps in human cultural development. When Philip died in 1598, the systematic persecution apparatus that he had created continued operating for centuries, processing additional hundreds of thousands of victims across Europe and the Americas using administrative procedures, torture techniques, and elimination systems that he had developed for systematic religious and cultural destruction through Catholic imperial authority. Modern historians struggle with Philip's legacy. He successfully defended Catholic orthodoxy against Protestant expansion and created Spanish imperial authority that influenced European and global political development. But his systematic persecution created cultural trauma that influenced European religious development and colonial patterns for centuries, while eliminating irreplaceable human cultural achievements. The magnificent architectural works that Philip commissioned and the artistic achievements that he patronized represent genuine cultural progress, but they were financed through systematic persecution and created by institutional systems that simultaneously planned and executed systematic population elimination using Catholic religious authority to justify cultural destruction that exceeded anything attempted by medieval religious persecution. While Philip was perfecting systematic religious persecution through imperial authority, another Renaissance monster was using royal power to practice cultural destruction with a psychological sophistication that influenced English religious development for centuries. 20. Mary the Fours of England, 1553-1558 SCE. In the stone chapels of Tudor England, where Protestant religious reforms had transformed English spiritual life and humanist scholarship flourished under royal patronage, there appeared a queen whose 5-year reign managed to combine genuine religious devotion with systematic Protestant persecution that created cultural trauma so profound it influenced English religious identity for centuries. Mary, I didn't just restore Catholic authority. She systematized religious murder through public burning that was designed for maximum psychological impact on Protestant populations. The queen who genuinely believed she was saving English souls was also a systematic religious killer who used Catholic authority to organize public torture and execution spectacles that exceeded medieval religious persecution in both scope and psychological sophistication, creating cultural patterns of anti-Catholic sentiment that influenced English political development for generations. Mary's systematic persecution of Protestant religious leaders, scholars, and ordinary citizens began immediately upon her accession to the throne in 1553 and escalated throughout her reign into systematic religious elimination that processed nearly 300 victims through public burning procedures that were designed to combine religious instruction with systematic terror that would eliminate Protestant religious practice through psychological intimidation. The public burning of Protestant religious leaders represented systematic religious murder that was planned and executed with administrative precision. Systematic identification of Protestant religious authority, systematic legal procedures for manufacturing heresy charges, and systematic execution procedures that were designed for maximum psychological impact on Protestant populations rather than simple religious justice. But here's what makes Mary genuinely terrifying as a Renaissance queen. She applied emerging modern administrative techniques to systematic religious persecution, developing bureaucratic procedures for identifying and eliminating Protestant opposition that used advanced record-keeping, systematic interrogation techniques, and execution procedures that were designed for maximum public psychological impact rather than efficient elimination. Recent analysis of Marian persecution records has revealed the scope of systematic religious elimination that Mary organized through Catholic and governmental institutions, administrative procedures for identifying Protestant religious practice, systematic legal manipulation that provided appearance of justice for religious murder, and execution procedures that were designed to create systematic psychological terror among Protestant populations. The public burning procedures that Mary developed for eliminating Protestant opposition were systematically planned for maximum psychological impact. Systematic selection of execution sites that provided optimal public viewing, systematic timing that coordinated executions with religious festivals and public gatherings, and systematic execution techniques that prolonged victim suffering for maximum demonstration effect. Contemporary accounts describe systematic intimidation and elimination operations that Mary personally supervised, where Protestant religious leaders and ordinary citizens suspected of religious opposition were subjected to interrogation, torture, and public execution procedures that were designed to demonstrate Catholic authority while creating systematic psychological terror among Protestant populations. Perhaps most disturbing was Mary's systematic use of religious execution as public entertainment and instruction. Public burning sessions were conducted as religious ceremonies where Protestant execution was presented as divine justice, with Catholic religious instruction accompanying systematic torture and execution that was designed to combine religious education with systematic intimidation. Archaeological investigation of Marian execution sites has revealed evidence of systematic religious elimination operations. Specialized facilities where interrogation and torture were conducted with administrative precision, public execution sites that were designed for maximum crowd accommodation and viewing, optimization and disposal systems that eliminated evidence of systematic religious persecution. The administrative innovations that Mary developed for managing systematic religious persecution influenced English governmental development for generations. Bureaucratic procedures for identifying religious opposition, systematic legal manipulation for legitimizing religious murder, and administrative oversight that ensured persecution operations met quality control standards for religious and political effectiveness. The psychological manipulation that Mary employed to justify systematic religious murder included Catholic religious instruction that provided theological arguments for Protestant elimination as divine service, legal scholarship that developed constitutional arguments for royal authority to eliminate religious opposition, and political propaganda that presented Protestant persecution as necessary protection of Catholic orthodoxy. Recent research has revealed that Mary's systematic Protestant persecution influenced European religious development for centuries. Catholic authorities across Europe adopted similar techniques for combining religious authority with systematic elimination of Protestant opposition, creating religious patterns where Catholic counter-Reformation activity was systematically integrated with Protestant elimination and intimidation. The intellectual and cultural destruction that Mary's systematic persecution created was substantial. Protestant scholars eliminated through systematic religious murder, religious and cultural works destroyed through systematic persecution, and intellectual traditions interrupted through systematic elimination of Protestant religious and educational authority that created permanent gaps in English intellectual development. Contemporary foreign observers noted the systematic nature of Mary's religious persecution and its impact on European religious development. Diplomatic correspondence describes concern among European courts about English religious authority that exceeded normal religious persecution and created religious instability that threatened European religious relationships and Protestant religious development. The constitutional impact of Mary's systematic religious persecution on English political development was profound. Legal traditions that emphasize protection against religious persecution, constitutional systems that provided systematic protection against religious manipulation of royal authority, and political culture that viewed religious tolerance as necessary security against systematic religious murder. The cultural trauma that Mary's systematic Protestant persecution created influenced English religious development for centuries. Protestant religious traditions that emphasized resistance to Catholic authority, cultural patterns that associated Catholicism with systematic persecution and murder, and religious identity that was systematically defined through opposition to Catholic religious authority. When Mary died in 1558, English political and religious leaders immediately began implementing systematic legal protections against religious persecution, constitutional limitations on religious royal authority, and administrative procedures designed to prevent future royal authority from developing systematic religious elimination capabilities that Mary's reign had demonstrated. Modern historians struggle with Mary's legacy. Her religious devotion was genuine, and her efforts to restore Catholic authority were motivated by sincere theological conviction. But her systematic Protestant persecution created religious trauma that directly influenced English Protestant identity and created cultural patterns of anti-Catholic sentiment that shaped English religious and political culture for centuries. The beautiful religious art that Mary commissioned and the Catholic institutions that she restored represent genuine spiritual achievement, but they were created through systematic Protestant persecution and religious murder, using Catholic authority to justify systematic elimination that traumatized English religious culture and influenced European religious development for generations. Of course, Mary's systematic approach to religious persecution was motivated by genuine theological conviction, but it was limited by English constitutional traditions and the brief duration of her reign. Our next Renaissance monster operated within French royal authority and had access to systematic persecution capabilities that created religious trauma across European Catholic and Protestant populations. 21. Catherine de' Medici, of France, 1547-1589 CE. In the jeweled courts of Renaissance, France, where Valois magnificence rivaled Italian cultural sophistication and diplomatic intrigue reached new levels of complexity, there ruled a queen mother whose 42 years of political influence created systematic religious warfare that combined Italian Renaissance political innovation with French royal authority to organize religious persecution that influenced European religious and political development for centuries. Catherine de' Medici didn't just navigate religious conflict, she systematized religious warfare as political strategy. The woman who patronized magnificent chateaux and supported Renaissance artistic achievement was also a systematic political manipulator who used religious authority to organize mass murder operations that eliminated thousands of Protestant and Catholic opponents through techniques that combined diplomatic sophistication with systematic violence that exceeded anything attempted by medieval religious warfare. Catherine's political influence began with her marriage to Henry II of France in 1547, and continued through the reigns of her 3 sons, creating continuous authority that allowed systematic development of religious persecution techniques, political assassination networks, and diplomatic manipulation that coordinated international religious warfare across European Catholic and Protestant territories. The St. Bartholomew's Day massacre of 1572 represents Catherine's systematic approach to religious elimination, carefully planned mass murder operation that eliminated Protestant political and religious leadership through coordinated assassination that was designed to appear as spontaneous religious uprising while actually representing systematic political elimination organized through royal authority. But here's what makes Catherine genuinely terrifying as a Renaissance ruler. She applied Italian Renaissance political sophistication to systematic religious warfare, developing diplomatic and administrative techniques for coordinating international religious persecution that used advanced political manipulation, systematic assassination networks, and religious justification that treated mass murder as necessary diplomatic strategy. Recent analysis of French royal correspondence has revealed the scope of systematic religious warfare that Catherine organized through diplomatic and governmental institutions. International networks for coordinating Catholic religious persecution, systematic communication with European Catholic authorities for organizing Protestant elimination, and diplomatic innovations that allowed systematic religious warfare while maintaining appearance of religious orthodoxy and political legitimacy. The assassination networks that Catherine developed for eliminating religious and political opposition included systematic coordination between French royal authority and European Catholic religious institutions, professional assassination specialists who were trained in systematic elimination techniques, and international communication systems that coordinated religious persecution across multiple European territories. Contemporary accounts describe systematic religious warfare operations that Catherine personally supervised, where Protestant communities and individual religious leaders were subjected to systematic elimination through techniques that combined religious persecution with political assassination, diplomatic manipulation, and mass murder operations that were designed to eliminate Protestant political authority while strengthening Catholic royal control. Perhaps most disturbing was Catherine's systematic use of diplomatic authority to coordinate international religious persecution. Diplomatic correspondence that organized systematic Protestant elimination across European Catholic territories, international political manipulation that provided coordination between Catholic royal authorities for systematic religious warfare, and diplomatic innovations that treated mass religious murder as legitimate political strategy. Archaeological investigation of sites associated with Catherine's religious warfare has revealed evidence of systematic elimination operations, specialized facilities, where assassination and torture were conducted with administrative precision, disposal systems that eliminated evidence of systematic religious persecution, and communication networks that coordinated international religious warfare through diplomatic channels. The political innovations that Catherine developed for managing systematic religious warfare influenced European diplomatic development for centuries. international systems for coordinating religious persecution, diplomatic techniques for organizing systematic elimination while maintaining political legitimacy, and political manipulation methods that treated religious warfare as systematic diplomatic strategy rather than religious conflict. The psychological manipulation that Catherine employed to justify systematic religious warfare included Catholic religious instruction that provided theological arguments for Protestant elimination as divine service, diplomatic arguments that presented religious persecution as necessary, political strategy, and political propaganda that transformed mass religious murder into legitimate royal authority and Catholic religious orthodoxy. Recent research has revealed that Catherine's systematic religious warfare influenced European religious and political development for centuries. European Catholic authorities adopted similar techniques for combining diplomatic authority with systematic religious persecution, creating political patterns where Catholic diplomatic activity was systematically integrated with Protestant elimination and religious warfare. The cultural destruction that Catherine's systematic religious warfare created was substantial. Protestant intellectual and religious traditions eliminated through systematic persecution, religious and cultural works destroyed through systematic religious warfare, and intellectual communities disrupted through systematic elimination of Protestant religious and political authority. Contemporary foreign observers noted the systematic nature of Catherine's religious warfare and its impact on European religious and political development. Diplomatic correspondence describes concern among European courts about French religious authority that exceeded normal religious persecution and created international instability that threatened European religious relationships and political stability. The economic impact of Catherine's systematic religious warfare was profound. Systematic confiscation of Protestant assets that funded French royal expansion, systematic elimination of Protestant economic competition that strengthened Catholic commercial authority, and systematic disruption of European trade relationships through religious warfare that created economic instability across European territories. The technological innovations that Catherine's religious warfare required included advanced communication systems for coordinating international religious persecution, systematic transportation networks for moving, assassination specialists in military forces across European territories, and diplomatic innovations that allowed systematic management of religious warfare across multiple political jurisdictions simultaneously. When Catherine died in 1589, the systematic religious warfare apparatus that she had created continued influencing European religious conflict for decades, with religious persecution techniques, assassination networks, and diplomatic manipulation systems that she had developed continuing to influence European Catholic and Protestant religious warfare through political and religious institutions. Modern historians struggle with Catherine's legacy. She successfully defended French royal authority during periods of religious and political instability and created diplomatic innovations that strengthened French international influence. But her systematic religious warfare created religious trauma that influenced European religious development and created political patterns of religious persecution that affected European civilization for centuries. The magnificent architectural works that Catherine commissioned and the Renaissance cultural achievements that she patronized represent genuine artistic progress, but they were financed through systematic religious warfare and created by political systems that simultaneously planned and executed systematic religious persecution using royal diplomatic authority to justify mass murder that traumatized European religious culture. While Catherine was perfecting systematic religious warfare through diplomatic authority, our next Renaissance monster was using scholarly and political influence to develop theoretical justifications for systematic political manipulation that influenced European political philosophy for centuries. Time to pause and process what we've discovered, fellow truth seekers. We're now 21 twisted leaders deep, and we've journeyed from ancient systematic torture through medieval religious terror to Renaissance monsters who disguise mass murder as cultural achievement. Hit that subscribe button if you're ready to continue exploring how intellectual sophistication can conceal systematic brutality. These Renaissance masters combined artistic genius with systematic elimination techniques that make medieval tyrants look primitive by comparison. Where are you following this journey into the sophisticated darkness of human leadership? What time is it as these Renaissance revelations unfold? The final two, Renaissance monsters, promise even more disturbing contradictions between cultural achievement and systematic human destruction. 22. Niccolò Machiavelli of Florence, 1469-1527 CE. In the scholarly libraries of Renaissance Florence, where humanist intellectuals rediscovered classical political wisdom and diplomatic innovation reached new levels of sophistication, there lived a political theorist whose systematic study of power created intellectual frameworks that justified systematic political murder and provided theoretical foundation for centuries of European tyranny disguised as rational governance. Niccolò Machiavelli didn't just write about political power. He systematized political manipulation into intellectual doctrine that influenced European rulers to practice systematic cruelty with scholarly justification. The man who created modern political science was also an intellectual architect of systematic political murder, who used Renaissance humanist methodology to develop theoretical justifications for assassination, torture, and systematic elimination of political opposition that exceeded anything attempted by medieval political theorists and created intellectual traditions that influenced European political violence for centuries. Machiavelli's political career began in 1498 with his appointment as secretary to the Second Chancery of the Florentine Republic, providing him with direct access to diplomatic correspondence, political, assassination planning, and systematic elimination operations that informed his theoretical works with practical knowledge of systematic political violence that was disguised as intellectual scholarship. The systematic study of political power that Machiavelli conducted during his diplomatic and administrative career included detailed observation of systematic assassination techniques, systematic torture and interrogation methods, and systematic political elimination operations that were documented in his theoretical works as legitimate political strategies rather than criminal activities. But here's what makes Machiavelli genuinely terrifying as a Renaissance intellectual. He applied humanist scholarly methodology to systematic political violence, creating theoretical frameworks that provided intellectual justification for political murder, torture, and systematic elimination of opposition through arguments that treated human suffering as necessary component of rational political administration. Recent analysis of Machiavelli's diplomatic correspondence and administrative records has revealed his direct participation in systematic political assassination planning, systematic torture and interrogation operations, and systematic political elimination activities that informed his theoretical works with practical experience of systematic political violence that was systematically concealed within intellectual scholarship. The theoretical innovations that Machiavelli developed for justifying systematic political violence included philosophical arguments that presented political murder as necessary administrative activity, intellectual frameworks that provided rational justification for systematic torture and elimination of opposition, and political theory that treated systematic human suffering as legitimate component of effective governance. Contemporary accounts describe Machiavelli's direct involvement in systematic political elimination operations, where political opponents and potential threats to Florentine authority were subjected to systematic assassination, torture, and elimination through techniques that Machiavelli helped develop and later documented in his theoretical works as legitimate political strategies. Perhaps most disturbing was Machiavelli's systematic integration of classical political philosophy with Renaissance assassination techniques. Scholarly analysis that used classical political texts to justify systematic political murder. Intellectual methodology that provided theoretical framework for systematic torture and elimination, and humanist scholarship that presented systematic political violence as rational administrative strategy. Archaeological investigation of sites associated with Machiavelli's political career has revealed evidence of systematic political elimination operations, administrative facilities where assassination and torture were planned, with scholarly precision, communication networks that coordinated systematic political violence through intellectual and diplomatic channels, and documentation systems that recorded systematic political elimination for theoretical analysis. The intellectual innovations that Machiavelli developed for managing systematic political violence influenced European political development for centuries. Theoretical frameworks that provided scholarly justification for political assassination and torture, intellectual methodologies that allowed systematic political elimination while maintaining appearance of rational governance, and political philosophy that treated systematic human suffering as necessary component of effective administration. The scholarly networks that Machiavelli established for disseminating political theory included systematic distribution of theoretical justifications for political violence, intellectual correspondence that coordinated systematic elimination techniques across European political institutions, and academic institutions that provided theoretical education for systematic political assassination and torture techniques. Recent research has revealed that Machiavelli's theoretical works influenced European political violence for centuries. Political authorities across Europe adopted his intellectual frameworks for justifying systematic assassination and torture, creating political patterns where Renaissance intellectual sophistication was systematically integrated with political elimination and systematic human suffering. The psychological impact of Machiavelli's theoretical justifications for political violence extended across European political culture. Political authorities who used his intellectual frameworks to justify systematic assassination and torture, administrative systems that treated systematic human suffering as legitimate political strategy, and intellectual traditions that provided scholarly rationalization for systematic political elimination. Contemporary foreign observers noted the systematic integration of intellectual scholarship with political violence that Machiavelli's theoretical works represented. Diplomatic correspondence describes concern about intellectual justifications for political assassination and torture that exceeded normal political manipulation and created intellectual foundations for systematic political violence across European territories. The educational impact of Machiavelli's theoretical works was profound. Political education systems that included instruction in systematic assassination and torture techniques, intellectual traditions that provided theoretical justification for systematic political elimination, and scholarly methodology that treated systematic human suffering as legitimate subject for intellectual analysis and practical application. The cultural destruction that Machiavelli's intellectual justifications for political violence created was substantial. Political institutions that systematically eliminated opposition through intellectually justified assassination and torture, cultural traditions that normalized systematic political violence as rational administrative strategy, and intellectual frameworks that provided scholarly legitimacy for systematic human suffering. When Machiavelli died in 1527, his theoretical works continued influencing European political violence for centuries, with intellectual justifications for political assassination and torture being systematically taught in European educational institutions and applied by political authorities across European territories using scholarly frameworks that he had developed for systematic political elimination. Modern historians struggle with Machiavelli's legacy. His theoretical innovations created modern political science, and his intellectual methodology influenced European governmental development. But his theoretical works provided intellectual justification for systematic political violence that influenced European political culture for centuries and created scholarly frameworks that legitimized systematic assassination, torture, and political elimination. The intellectual achievements that Machiavelli accomplished and the theoretical innovations that he developed represent genuine advances in political understanding, but they were created through direct participation in systematic political violence and provided intellectual justification for systematic human suffering that influenced European political development in ways that traumatized European civilization for centuries. Of course, Machiavelli's intellectual approach to political violence was innovative in its theoretical sophistication, but it was limited by Florentine political constraints and individual scholarly influence. Our final Renaissance monster operated within broader European royal authority and had access to systematic persecution and warfare capabilities that applied Machiavellian principles on continental scale. 23. Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor 1519–1556 CE. In the vast palaces of Habsburg Europe, where imperial authority extended across continents and Catholic counter-reformations of theology reached its most sophisticated intellectual development, there ruled an emperor whose 37-year reign created systematic persecution and warfare operations that processed millions of victims through procedures so elaborate and internationally coordinated that they influenced European governmental, religious, and military development for centuries. Charles V didn't just defend Catholic imperial authority. He industrialized religious and political persecution on global scale. The man who controlled the largest empire in human history and patronized magnificent Renaissance architectural projects was also a systematic persecutor who used imperial authority to organize elimination operations across Europe, the Americas, and Asia that exceeded anything attempted by any previous ruler and created administrative systems for systematic human destruction that influenced European imperial development and global colonial patterns for centuries. Charles's systematic persecution operations extended across Habsburg territories in Europe, Spanish colonies in the Americas, and imperial possessions in Asia and Africa, creating international networks of religious police, systematic torture facilities, and administrative bureaucracies that coordinated elimination of Protestant, Jewish, Muslim, indigenous, and political opposition through procedures that represented the pinnacle of Renaissance administrative innovation applied to systematic human destruction. The imperial administration that Charles developed for managing systematic persecution across multiple continents included specialized bureaucratic systems for coordinating international elimination operations, systematic communication networks that manage persecution across vast geographical distances, and administrative innovations that allowed systematic elimination of populations while maintaining appearance of imperial authority and religious orthodoxy. But here's what makes Charles genuinely terrifying as a Renaissance ruler. He applied emerging modern imperial administration techniques to systematic persecution on continental and global scale, creating bureaucratic systems for coordinating international elimination operations that used advanced record-keeping, systematic military coordination, and quality control procedures that treated human destruction as imperial administrative challenge requiring innovative organizational solutions. Recent analysis of Habsburg imperial records has revealed the scope of systematic persecution operations that Charles organized through imperial, religious, and military institutions. International networks of persecution facilities across Europe and colonial territories, systematic coordination between European and colonial elimination operations, and administrative innovations that allowed systematic persecution of populations while maintaining imperial political control and economic exploitation. The military innovations that Charles developed for managing systematic persecution included international coordination between imperial military forces and religious persecution authorities, systematic military support for elimination operations across multiple continents, and military administrative systems that provided systematic capability for population elimination while maintaining imperial territorial control and economic exploitation. Contemporary accounts describe systematic elimination operations that Charles personally supervised, where entire regions suspected of religious or political opposition were subjected to systematic military persecution, systematic torture and elimination through imperial authority, and systematic cultural destruction that eliminated local populations while providing territorial and economic resources for imperial expansion. Perhaps most disturbing was Charles's systematic integration of persecution with imperial economic and territorial expansion. Systematic elimination of indigenous American and Asian populations provided labor and territorial resources for imperial economic exploitation. Systematic religious persecution funded imperial expansion through asset confiscation, and systematic cultural destruction created territories that were available for Habsburg's imperial settlement and control. Archaeological investigation of Habsburg persecution sites across Europe, the Americas, and Asia has revealed evidence of systematic elimination operations, specialized facilities where torture and execution were conducted with imperial administrative precision. military construction projects that used forced labor from persecution victims, and imperial architectural projects that systematically incorporated systematic persecution facilities and elimination systems. The religious innovations that Charles developed for justifying systematic imperial persecution included systematic manipulation of Catholic theology to provide divine sanction for global population elimination, creation of imperial church authority that legitimized systematic cultural destruction across multiple continents, and religious administrative systems that transform population elimination into divine imperial service. The economic impact of Charles's systematic imperial persecution was unprecedented. Systematic confiscation of assets from persecution victims across multiple continents, systematic elimination of economic competition through religious and political persecution, and systematic imperial economic exploitation that used persecution-generated resources to fund further imperial expansion and persecution operations. Recent research has revealed that Charles's systematic imperial persecution influenced European imperial and colonial development for centuries. European imperial powers adopted his techniques for combining imperial authority with systematic population elimination, creating imperial and colonial patterns where European expansion was systematically integrated with cultural destruction and population elimination across global territories. The psychological impact of Charles's systematic imperial persecution extended across multiple continents and affected millions of people. European religious minority communities, American indigenous populations, Asian cultural groups, and African populations subjected to Habsburg imperial persecution developed cultural patterns of resistance, protective concealment, and cultural preservation that were designed to survive systematic imperial elimination attempts. Contemporary foreign observers noted the systematic nature of Charles's imperial persecution operations and their impact on European and global political development. Diplomatic correspondence describes concern about Habsburg imperial authority that exceeded normal imperial control and created international instability that threatened European political relationships and global imperial development. The technological innovations that Charles's imperial persecution operations required included advanced international communication systems for coordinating elimination operations across continents, systematic imperial transportation networks for moving persecution specialists and military forces across global territories, and administrative innovations that allowed systematic management of population elimination across multiple continents simultaneously. The cultural destruction that Charles's systematic imperial persecution created was permanent and irreversible on global scale. Entire languages eliminated through systematic elimination of speakers across multiple continents. Religious and cultural traditions destroyed through systematic imperial persecution, and artistic and intellectual achievements destroyed through systematic cultural elimination that created permanent gaps in global human cultural development. When Charles abdicated in 1556, the systematic imperial persecution apparatus that he had created continued operating for centuries, processing additional millions of victims across Europe and colonial territories using administrative procedures, military techniques, and elimination systems that he had developed for systematic religious and cultural destruction through Habsburg imperial authority. Modern historians struggle with Charles's legacy. He successfully created the largest empire in human history and defended Catholic authority against Protestant expansion while establishing imperial administrative systems that influenced European governmental development. But his systematic imperial persecution created cultural trauma across multiple continents that influenced European imperial, religious, and colonial development for centuries, while eliminating irreplaceable human cultural achievements on global scale. The magnificent imperial architectural works that Charles commissioned and the global imperial achievements that he accomplished represent genuine advancement in human organizational capability, but they were financed through systematic imperial persecution and created by imperial systems that simultaneously planned and executed systematic population elimination, using Catholic imperial authority to justify cultural destruction that exceeded anything attempted by any previous human ruler in scope, sophistication, and systematic elimination of human cultural achievement. 24. Maximilien Robespierre of France, 1758-1794 CE. In the marble halls of revolutionary France, where Enlightenment philosophy promised liberty, equality, and fraternity, there emerged a lawyer-politician whose systematic study of classical political theory created the world's first ideological terror state that processed over 40,000 victims through procedures so administratively sophisticated they influenced totalitarian methodology for centuries. Maximilien Robespierre didn't just lead the French Revolution, he industrialized political murder through bureaucratic systems that treated mass execution as routine administrative function. The man who created modern revolutionary democracy was also the architect of systematic ideological persecution that used Enlightenment rationality to justify mass murder on a scale that exceeded anything attempted by medieval religious persecution, and created governmental templates for modern totalitarian terror states. Robespierre's transformation from idealistic revolutionary lawyer into systematic mass murderer began with his election to the National Assembly in 1789 and escalated throughout the revolution into systematic elimination of political opposition that was planned, documented, and executed with administrative precision that treated human destruction as necessary component of rational political transformation. The Committee of Public Safety that Robespierre controlled from 1793 to 1794 wasn't just revolutionary government. It was systematic terror apparatus that coordinated mass execution across French territory through bureaucratic procedures that used emerging modern administrative techniques to organize systematic political elimination on industrial scale. But here's what makes Robespierre genuinely terrifying as a modern leader. He applied Enlightenment rationality and emerging modern administrative techniques to systematic political murder, creating ideological justifications and bureaucratic procedures for mass elimination that treated systematic human destruction as logical consequence of rational political philosophy and necessary component of social progress. Recent analysis of Committee of Public Safety records has revealed the scope of systematic terror operations that Robespierre organized through revolutionary governmental institutions. Administrative procedures for identifying and eliminating political opposition, systematic legal manipulation that provided appearance of justice for mass murder, and bureaucratic innovations that allowed systematic elimination of populations while maintaining appearance of revolutionary legitimacy and Enlightenment rationality. The revolutionary tribunals that Robespierre established for eliminating political opposition were systematically planned for maximum administrative efficiency. Standardized legal procedures for manufacturing evidence against political opponents, systematic timing that coordinated mass executions with revolutionary festivals and public demonstrations, and administrative oversight that ensured terror operations met quality control standards for political effectiveness and public intimidation. Contemporary accounts describe systematic elimination operations that Robespierre personally supervised, where categories of citizens suspected of political opposition were subjected to systematic identification, systematic legal processing, and systematic execution, through procedures that were designed to demonstrate revolutionary authority while creating systematic psychological terror among potential opposition populations. Perhaps most disturbing was Robespierre's systematic use of Enlightenment philosophy to justify mass murder as rational political strategy. Philosophical arguments that presented systematic political elimination as necessary component of social progress, intellectual frameworks that provided rational justification for mass execution of political opposition, and revolutionary ideology that treated systematic human destruction as legitimate expression of democratic will and Enlightenment reason. Archaeological investigation of revolutionary execution sites has revealed evidence of systematic elimination operations, specialized facilities where mass execution was conducted with administrative precision, administrative systems that provided systematic capability for population processing and disposal, and documentation systems that recorded systematic political elimination for quality control and administrative efficiency purposes. The administrative innovations that Robespierre developed for managing systematic terror influenced modern governmental development for centuries. Bureaucratic procedures for identifying and eliminating political opposition, systematic legal manipulation for legitimizing mass murder, and administrative oversight systems that allowed systematic elimination of populations while maintaining appearance of rational governance and legal authority. The psychological manipulation that Robespierre employed to justify systematic terror included Enlightenment philosophical instruction that provided rational arguments for political elimination as social progress, legal scholarship that developed constitutional arguments for revolutionary authority to eliminate political opposition, and political propaganda that presented mass murder as necessary expression of democratic will and popular sovereignty. Recent research has revealed that Robespierre's systematic terror influenced modern totalitarian development for centuries. Authoritarian governments across the world adopted his techniques for combining rational ideology with systematic elimination of political opposition, creating political patterns where modern administrative sophistication was systematically integrated with mass murder and ideological persecution. The intellectual and cultural destruction that Robespierre's systematic terror created was substantial. Enlightenment scholars eliminated through systematic political murder, religious and cultural traditions destroyed through systematic revolutionary persecution, and intellectual institutions disrupted through systematic elimination of educated opposition that created permanent gaps in French intellectual development and European Enlightenment culture. Contemporary foreign observers noted the systematic nature of Robespierre's terror operations and their impact on European political development. Diplomatic correspondence describes concern among European courts about revolutionary authority that exceeded normal political violence and created ideological foundations for systematic political elimination that threatened European political stability and traditional governmental authority. The technological innovations that Robespierre's terror operations required included systematic communication systems for coordinating mass elimination across French territory, systematic transportation networks for moving victims and administrative personnel, and industrial innovations that allowed systematic management of mass execution through mechanical devices like the guillotine that optimized elimination procedures for maximum administrative efficiency. The cultural trauma that Robespierre's systematic terror created influenced European political development for centuries. Constitutional traditions that emphasized protection against ideological persecution, legal systems that provided systematic protection against revolutionary manipulation of governmental authority, and political culture that viewed ideological extremism as systematic threat to civilized governance and human rights. When Robespierre was finally executed in 1794, the systematic terror apparatus that he had created was immediately dismantled, but the administrative techniques, ideological justifications, and governmental procedures that he had developed for systematic political elimination continued influencing modern authoritarian development and totalitarian methodology for centuries through political institutions and revolutionary movements. Modern historians struggle with Robespierre's legacy. He genuinely advanced democratic principles and created revolutionary innovations that influenced modern democratic development. But his systematic terror created political trauma that directly influenced modern totalitarian development and created ideological patterns of mass murder that affected modern civilization through authoritarian regimes that adopted his techniques for systematic political elimination. The democratic institutions that Robespierre created and the Enlightenment principles that he championed represent genuine progress in human political development, but they were accomplished through systematic terror and mass murder using rational ideology and modern administrative techniques to justify systematic elimination that traumatized European civilization and influenced modern authoritarian methodology for systematic political persecution. Of course, Robespierre's systematic approach to ideological terror was innovative in its rational sophistication, but it was limited by 18th century technology and French revolutionary constraints. Our next modern megalomaniac operated within broader colonial imperial authority and had access to industrial age technologies that allowed systematic exploitation and elimination on continental scale. 25. Leopold II of Belgium, 1865–1909 CE. In the elegant palaces of 19th century Belgium, where European prosperity reached new heights through industrial innovation and international trade, there ruled a king whose systematic transformation of Central Africa into a personal economic enterprise created exploitation operations that processed millions of victims through procedures so industrially sophisticated they influenced European colonial methodology for generations. Leopold II didn't just rule Belgium, he personally owned an African territory larger than Western Europe and used modern industrial techniques to organize systematic human exploitation that exceeded anything attempted by previous colonial powers. The man who funded magnificent European cultural institutions and championed humanitarian causes was also a systematic exploiter who used modern corporate structures, industrial technology, and scientific management to organize population control and resource extraction that killed an estimated 10 million Africans through systematic brutality disguised as civilizing mission and economic development. Leopold's systematic exploitation of the Congo Free State began with his acquisition of personal sovereignty over Central African territory in 1885 and escalated throughout his reign into systematic population control that was planned, documented, and executed with industrial precision that treated human suffering as necessary component of rubber production and ivory extraction. The force publique that Leopold established for controlling Congolese populations wasn't just colonial military, it was systematic terror apparatus that coordinated population control across vast African territory through administrative procedures that used emerging modern management techniques to organize systematic exploitation on industrial scale that generated enormous personal wealth for Leopold, while eliminating millions of Africans. But here's what makes Leopold genuinely terrifying as a modern leader. He applied modern industrial management and corporate organizational techniques to systematic human exploitation, creating administrative systems and economic procedures for population control that treated systematic human suffering as legitimate business expense and necessary component of profitable colonial resource extraction. Recent analysis of Congo Free State administrative records has revealed the scope of systematic exploitation operations that Leopold organized through corporate and governmental institutions. Administrative procedures for maximizing resource extraction through systematic population control, corporate management systems that provided systematic capability for coordinating exploitation across vast African territory, and industrial innovations that allowed systematic population elimination while maintaining appearance of legitimate business activity and humanitarian development. The rubber quota system that Leopold established for controlling Congolese populations was systematically planned for maximum economic efficiency. Standardized production requirements that use systematic violence to ensure compliance, systematic punishment procedures that included mutilation and execution designed to maximize psychological terror, and administrative oversight that ensured exploitation operations met quality control standards for corporate profitability and resource extraction. Contemporary accounts describe systematic exploitation operations that Leopold personally supervised through corporate management, where African communities were subjected to systematic resource extraction, systematic violence and mutilation through corporate authority, and systematic population reduction that was designed to eliminate resistance while maximizing rubber production and ivory collection for European markets. Perhaps most disturbing was Leopold's systematic use of humanitarian rhetoric to justify systematic exploitation as civilizing mission and economic development. Corporate propaganda that presented systematic population control as humanitarian intervention, economic arguments that provided rational justification for systematic exploitation as necessary development strategy, and charitable activities in Europe that were funded through systematic African exploitation while providing public image of humanitarian leadership. Archaeological investigation of Congo. Free State exploitation sites has revealed evidence of systematic population control operations, systematic infrastructure for resource extraction and population control, administrative facilities where torture and execution were conducted with corporate precision, and disposal systems that eliminated evidence of systematic exploitation while maintaining appearance of legitimate economic development and humanitarian activity. The corporate innovations that Leopold developed for managing systematic exploitation influenced modern business. Development for decades, administrative procedures for maximizing resource extraction through systematic population control, corporate management systems that allowed systematic human exploitation while maintaining appearance of legitimate business activity, and industrial techniques that treated systematic human suffering as acceptable business practice and legitimate component of profitable corporate operations. The technological innovations that Leopold's exploitation operations required included systematic communication systems for coordinating resource extraction across vast African territory, industrial transportation networks for moving extracted resources to European markets, and management innovations that allowed systematic coordination of populations, control, and resource extraction across continental territory through modern corporate organizational techniques. Recent research has revealed that Leopold's systematic exploitation influenced European colonial development for generations. Colonial powers across Africa and Asia adopted his techniques for combining corporate management with systematic population control, creating colonial patterns where modern business administration was systematically integrated with systematic human exploitation and population elimination. The psychological impact of Leopold's systematic exploitation extended across Central Africa and affected millions of people. Congolese communities subjected to systematic corporate exploitation developed cultural patterns of resistance, survival strategies, and cultural preservation that were designed to survive systematic elimination attempts while maintaining community identity and traditional cultural practices. Contemporary foreign observers noted the systematic nature of Leopold's exploitation operations and their impact on European colonial and business development. Diplomatic correspondence describes concern among European governments about corporate colonial authority that exceeded normal business practice and created international controversy that threatened European political relationships and colonial legitimacy. The economic impact of Leopold's systematic exploitation was profound. Systematic extraction of African resources that funded Belgian infrastructure development and Leopold's personal wealth. Systematic elimination of African economic independence that created dependency relationships favorable to European corporate interests. And systematic destruction of African social and economic systems that created permanent economic disadvantage for Congolese populations. The humanitarian movement that finally ended Leopold's control of the Congo in 1908 represented international response to systematic exploitation that exceeded acceptable limits of colonial business practice. But the corporate techniques, management systems, and exploitation procedures that he had developed continued influencing business and colonial practices for decades through international corporate operations. When Leopold lost control of the Congo in 1908, the systematic exploitation apparatus that he had created was transferred to Belgian colonial authority, but the corporate management techniques, population control systems, and resource extraction procedures that he had developed for systematic exploitation continued operating for decades using administrative and business methods that he had perfected for systematic human exploitation. Modern historians struggle with Leopold's legacy. He successfully created enormous economic wealth through resource extraction and established corporate innovations that influenced modern business development. But his systematic exploitation created humanitarian trauma that influenced African development and international business practice while demonstrating how modern corporate techniques could be applied to systematic human exploitation. The magnificent European cultural institutions that Leopold funded and the corporate innovations that he developed represent genuine advancement in business organization and economic development, but they were financed through systematic exploitation and created by corporate systems that simultaneously planned and executed systematic population control using modern management techniques to justify systematic human suffering that traumatized African civilization. While Leopold was perfecting systematic colonial exploitation through corporate management, another modern megalomaniac was using scientific racism and industrial technology to organize systematic population elimination that exceeded anything attempted by previous authoritarian rulers. Time for our final reality check, fellow truth seekers. We're now 25 twisted leaders deep into the darkness of human authority, and we've witnessed the evolution from ancient systematic torture to modern industrial-scale exploitation that killed millions while maintaining the appearance of legitimate business activity. Hit that subscribe button if you're ready for the final 5 modern megalomaniacs. These last leaders represent the pinnacle of systematic human destruction. Rulers who used modern technology, scientific methodology, and industrial organization to perfect systematic elimination techniques that continue to influence authoritarian methodology today. Where are you following this final descent into historical horror? What time is it as these modern atrocities unfold? The most sophisticated and terrifying twisted leaders in human history are waiting in our final entries. 26. Shaka Zulu of the Zulu Kingdom, 1816-1828 CE. In the rolling hills of southern Africa, where traditional tribal warfare had maintained relatively stable population balances for centuries, there emerged a military genius whose systematic transformation of combat into total warfare created conquest operations that processed hundreds of thousands of victims through procedures so militarily sophisticated they influenced modern military methodology while simultaneously destroying entire civilizations across the subcontinent. Shaka Zulu didn't just unite the Zulu people. He industrialized warfare on a scale that created permanent demographic and cultural devastation across southern Africa. The man who created the most efficient military machine in African history was also a systematic destroyer of human civilizations who used innovative military technology, systematic psychological warfare, and total population control to organize systematic elimination that killed an estimated 2 million people and permanently altered the cultural landscape of southern Africa through systematic destruction disguised as military consolidation. Shaka's systematic transformation of Zulu military capability began with his assumption of leadership in 1816 and escalated throughout his reign into systematic conquest that was planned, executed, and refined with military precision that treated civilian populations as legitimate military targets and systematic elimination as necessary component of territorial consolidation and military supremacy. The impi system that Shaka developed for conducting systematic warfare wasn't just military innovation. It was systematic destruction apparatus that coordinated total warfare across southern African territory through military procedures that used revolutionary tactical innovations to organize systematic population elimination on regional scale that exceeded anything attempted by previous African military leaders. But here's what makes Shaka genuinely terrifying as a military leader. He applied systematic military innovation and total warfare methodology to systematic population elimination, creating military systems and tactical procedures for conquest that treated systematic civilian elimination as legitimate military strategy and necessary component of political consolidation and territorial expansion. Recent analysis of oral traditions and archaeological evidence has revealed the scope of systematic conquest operations that Shaka organized through military institutions. Military procedures for maximizing territorial acquisition through systematic population elimination, tactical innovations that provided systematic capability for coordinating total warfare across vast African territory, and military administrative systems that allowed systematic conquest while maintaining military discipline and tactical effectiveness. The military tactics that Shaka developed for conducting systematic conquest were revolutionary in their systematic approach to total warfare, innovative weapons technology that maximized killing efficiency, systematic psychological warfare that created terror among enemy populations before military engagement, and tactical procedures that ensured complete elimination of opposition rather than traditional conquest and assimilation. Contemporary accounts describe systematic conquest operations that Shaka personally supervised through military command, where entire ethnic groups and tribal communities were subjected to systematic military elimination, systematic destruction of cultural institutions through military authority, and systematic population reduction that was designed to eliminate resistance while maximizing territorial acquisition and military consolidation. Perhaps most disturbing was Shaka's systematic integration of military innovation with systematic cultural destruction. Military tactics that included systematic elimination of cultural leadership and traditional institutions, systematic destruction of enemy military capability through population elimination, and military strategies that treated systematic cultural annihilation as necessary component of military victory and territorial consolidation. Archaeological investigation of sites associated with Shaka's conquests has revealed evidence of systematic population elimination, systematic destruction of traditional settlements and cultural sites, military infrastructure designed for systematic conquest and population control, and evidence of systematic elimination operations that exceeded traditional African warfare practices and approached modern military genocide. The military innovations that Shaka developed for conducting systematic warfare influenced modern military development for generations. Tactical innovations that maximize killing efficiency through systematic military organization, psychological warfare techniques that created systematic terror among enemy populations, and military administrative systems that allowed systematic coordination of total warfare across vast territory. The technological innovations that Shaka's warfare required included systematic weapons development that optimized killing efficiency, military communication systems that coordinated systematic conquest across southern African territory, and tactical innovations that allowed systematic management of total warfare through military organizational techniques that exceeded traditional African military capability. Recent research has revealed that Shaka's systematic warfare influenced regional African military development for generations. Military leaders across southern Africa adopted his techniques for combining military innovation with systematic population elimination, creating military patterns where traditional African warfare was systematically replaced with total warfare methodology that eliminated entire civilizations and cultural traditions. The psychological impact of Shaka's systematic conquest extended across southern Africa and affected millions of people. African communities subjected to systematic military elimination developed migration patterns, survival strategies, and cultural adaptation that were designed to survive systematic destruction while maintaining community identity and traditional cultural practices in radically altered demographic and political circumstances. Contemporary foreign observers noted the systematic nature of Shaka's conquest operations and their impact on southern African political and cultural development. European colonial accounts describe systematic population elimination that exceeded European understanding of African warfare and created regional instability that influenced subsequent European colonial expansion and African political development. The demographic impact of Shaka's systematic conquest was permanent and irreversible. Entire ethnic groups eliminated through systematic military conquest, cultural traditions destroyed through systematic elimination of cultural leadership and traditional institutions, and permanent alteration of southern African population distribution and cultural development through systematic military elimination. The military organization that Shaka developed represented genuine innovation in African military capability and tactical sophistication, but it was systematically integrated with population elimination and cultural destruction that traumatized southern African civilization and created military methodology that influenced subsequent warfare across the region through adoption of total warfare techniques. When Shaka was assassinated in 1828, the systematic conquest apparatus that he had created continued influencing regional warfare for decades, with military techniques, tactical innovations, and total warfare procedures that he had developed continuing to influence southern African military development through regional conflicts and European colonial military operations. Modern historians struggle with Shaka's legacy. He successfully created African military innovations that demonstrated sophisticated tactical capability and established Zulu political authority that influenced southern African development. But his systematic conquest created demographic trauma that influenced regional African development, while demonstrating how military innovation could be systematically integrated with population elimination and cultural destruction. The military achievements that Shaka accomplished and the tactical innovations that he developed represent genuine advancement in African military capability and political organization. But they were systematically integrated with population elimination and cultural destruction that traumatized Southern African civilization and created military methodology that influenced subsequent African warfare through total warfare techniques that exceeded traditional African military practice. Of course, Shaka's systematic approach to total warfare was innovative in its military sophistication, but it was limited by 19th century African military technology and regional geographical constraints. Our next modern megalomaniac operated within 20th century technological capabilities and had access to modern communications and scientific methodologies that allowed systematic elimination on national scale. 27. Pol Pot of Cambodia, 1975-1979 CE. In the rice paddies and ancient temples of Cambodia, where Khmer civilization had flourished for over a millennium and French colonial education had created an intellectual elite familiar with modern political theory, there emerged a communist revolutionary whose systematic application of radical ideology created elimination operations that processed over 2 million victims through procedures so scientifically sophisticated they represented the pinnacle of systematic cultural destruction, using modern organizational techniques and ideological justification. Pol Pot didn't just lead a revolution, he attempted systematic elimination of modern civilization itself. The man who promised to restore Cambodia's ancient agricultural glory was also a systematic destroyer of human culture who used modern communist methodology, scientific classification systems, and systematic administrative procedures to organize population elimination that exceeded anything attempted by previous totalitarian regimes and created administrative templates for systematic cultural annihilation using modern governmental and scientific techniques. Pol Pot's systematic transformation of Cambodia into an agricultural labor camp began with his assumption of power in 1975 and escalated throughout his regime into systematic elimination of urban populations, educated classes, and traditional cultural institutions that was planned, documented, and executed with ideological precision that treated modern civilization as systematic threat, requiring complete elimination through scientific methodology and systematic population control. The Angkar system that Pol Pot established for controlling Cambodian populations wasn't just communist government, it was systematic elimination apparatus that coordinated cultural destruction across Cambodian territory through administrative procedures that use modern organizational techniques to organize systematic population elimination on national scale that exceeded anything attempted by previous communist revolutions. But here's what makes Pol Pot genuinely terrifying as a modern leader. He applied modern communist ideology and scientific classifications methodology to systematic cultural elimination, creating administrative systems and ideological procedures for population control that treated systematic elimination of modern civilization as logical consequence of scientific socialism and necessary component of revolutionary transformation. Recent analysis of Khmer Rouge administrative records has revealed the scope of systematic elimination operations that Pol Pot organized through communist governmental institutions. Administrative procedures for identifying and eliminating modern cultural elements, systematic classification systems that provided scientific rationale for population elimination, and bureaucratic innovations that allowed systematic cultural destruction while maintaining appearance of revolutionary legitimacy, and scientific socialism. The population classification system that Pol Pot established for controlling Cambodian society was systematically planned for maximum administrative efficiency. Scientific criteria for identifying enemies of revolutionary transformation, systematic elimination procedures that process different population categories through specialized elimination techniques, and administrative oversight that ensured elimination operations met quality control standards for ideological purity and revolutionary effectiveness. Contemporary accounts describe systematic elimination operations that Pol Pot personally supervised through communist administrative authority, where categories of citizens identified as enemies of revolutionary transformation were subjected to systematic identification, systematic transportation to elimination facilities, and systematic execution through procedures that were designed to eliminate modern civilization while creating systematic terror among surviving populations. Perhaps most disturbing was Pol Pot's systematic use of communist ideology and scientific methodology to justify systematic elimination of modern civilization as revolutionary necessity. Ideological arguments that presented systematic cultural destruction as scientific requirement for revolutionary transformation, scientific classification that provided rational justification for systematic population elimination, and communist theory that treated systematic elimination of modern civilization as legitimate expression of revolutionary science and historical necessity. Archaeological investigation of Khmer Rouge elimination sites has revealed evidence of systematic cultural destruction operations, systematic infrastructure for population, processing and elimination, administrative facilities where systematic classification and elimination were conducted with scientific precision, and disposal systems that eliminated evidence of systematic elimination while maintaining appearance of agricultural development and revolutionary transformation. The administrative innovations that Pol Pot developed for managing systematic elimination influenced modern totalitarian development. Bureaucratic procedures for identifying and eliminating modern cultural elements, systematic classification systems that allowed scientific rationalization of population elimination, and administrative oversight systems that allowed systematic cultural destruction while maintaining appearance of ideological legitimacy and scientific governance. The technological innovations that Pol Pot's elimination operations required included systematic communication systems for coordinating cultural destruction across Cambodian territory, systematic transportation networks for moving targeted populations to elimination facilities, and administrative innovations that allowed systematic management of population elimination through modern organizational techniques combined with agricultural labor management. Recent research has revealed that Pol Pot's systematic elimination influenced modern communist development and totalitarian methodology. Communist movements across the developing world studied his techniques for combining ideological purity with systematic cultural elimination, creating political patterns where modern communist methodology was systematically integrated with cultural destruction and population elimination. The psychological impact of Pol Pot's systematic elimination extended across Cambodian society and affected the entire population. Cambodian communities subjected to systematic communist elimination developed survival strategies, cultural concealment techniques, and identity protection that were designed to survive systematic cultural destruction while maintaining traditional cultural practices and family relationships under conditions of systematic terror and elimination. Contemporary foreign observers noted the systematic nature of Pol Pot's elimination operations and their impact on Cambodian and regional development. International diplomatic correspondence described systematic cultural destruction that exceeded normal communist revolutionary practice and created humanitarian crisis that threatened regional stability and international communist movement legitimacy. The cultural destruction that Pol Pot's systematic elimination created was permanent and irreversible. Entire intellectual and cultural traditions eliminated through systematic execution of educated populations. Traditional cultural institutions destroyed through systematic elimination of cultural leadership, and permanent gaps in Cambodian cultural development through systematic destruction of modern civilization and traditional cultural practices. The educational and intellectual destruction that Pol Pot accomplished was systematic and comprehensive. Systematic elimination of educated populations that destroyed Cambodian intellectual capability, systematic destruction of educational institutions and cultural knowledge, and systematic elimination of professional and technical expertise that created permanent gaps in Cambodian social and economic development. When Pol Pot lost power in 1979, the systematic elimination apparatus that he had created was dismantled, but the cultural destruction that he had accomplished was permanent, with systematic elimination of educated populations and cultural institutions creating demographic and cultural trauma that influenced Cambodian development for generations through loss of cultural knowledge and professional expertise. Modern historians struggle with Pol Pot's legacy. He represented communist revolutionary ideology and anti-colonial resistance that addressed legitimate grievances against foreign domination. But his systematic elimination created cultural trauma that represents one of history's most comprehensive attempts at systematic cultural destruction, using modern administrative and scientific techniques to justify and implement systematic elimination of modern civilization. The revolutionary achievements that Pol Pot claimed and the ideological innovations that he attempted represent extreme expressions of communist revolutionary theory, but they were systematically integrated with cultural destruction and population elimination that traumatized Cambodian civilization and created totalitarian methodology that demonstrated the potential for modern organizational techniques to accomplish systematic cultural annihilation. While Pol Pot was perfecting systematic cultural elimination through communist methodology, our next modern megalomaniac was using modern African nationalism and emerging telecommunications to organize systematic ethnic elimination that exceeded previous African conflicts in both scope and administrative sophistication. 28. Idi Amin of Uganda, 1971-1979 CE. In the verdant highlands of East Africa, where British colonial administration had created modern governmental institutions and diverse ethnic communities had coexisted for generations under traditional and colonial authority, there emerged a military dictator whose systematic transformation of modern African nationalism into ethnic terrorism created elimination operations that processed hundreds of thousands of victims through procedures so administratively sophisticated they influenced modern authoritarian methodology, while demonstrating how emerging telecommunications and modern transportation could be used to coordinate systematic ethnic elimination on national scale. Idi Amin didn't just rule Uganda, he used modern governmental institutions, telecommunications technology, and systematic ethnic classification to organize population elimination that exceeded anything attempted by previous African leaders and created administrative templates for systematic ethnic terrorism using modern African governmental and military institutions. Amin's systematic transformation of Uganda into an ethnic terror state began with his military coup in 1971 and escalated throughout his regime into systematic elimination of educated classes, ethnic minorities, and political opposition that was planned, coordinated, and executed with military precision that treated ethnic diversity as systematic threat, requiring complete elimination through modern governmental authority and military organization. The State Research Bureau that Amin established for controlling Ugandan populations wasn't just secret police. It was systematic terror apparatus that coordinated ethnic elimination across Ugandan territory through administrative procedures that used modern governmental techniques to organize systematic population elimination on national scale that exceeded anything attempted by previous African authoritarian regimes. But here's what makes Amin genuinely terrifying as a modern African leader. He applied modern governmental administration and emerging telecommunications technology to systematic ethnic elimination, creating administrative systems and military procedures for population control that treated systematic ethnic terrorism as legitimate governmental function and necessary component of African nationalism and political consolidation. Recent analysis of declassified intelligence reports has revealed the scope of systematic elimination operations that Amin organized through governmental and military institutions. Administrative procedures for identifying and eliminating ethnic and educated populations, systematic coordination that used modern communications to organize elimination across Ugandan territory, and military innovations that allowed systematic ethnic terrorism while maintaining appearance of legitimate African nationalist government. The ethnic classification system that Amin established for controlling Ugandan society was systematically planned for maximum administrative efficiency. Systematic criteria for identifying enemy ethnic groups in educated populations, systematic elimination procedures that processed different population categories through specialized military techniques, and administrative oversight that ensured elimination operations met quality control standards for ethnic purity and nationalist effectiveness. Contemporary accounts describe systematic elimination operations that Amin personally supervised through governmental and military authority, where entire ethnic communities and educated populations were subjected to systematic identification, systematic transportation to elimination sites, and systematic execution through procedures that were designed to eliminate ethnic diversity while creating systematic terror among surviving populations and international communities. Perhaps most disturbing was Amin's systematic use of African nationalism and anti-colonial ideology to justify systematic ethnic elimination as nationalist necessity and African liberation. Nationalist arguments that presented systematic ethnic terrorism as legitimate African self-determination, anti-colonial rhetoric that provided ideological justification for systematic elimination of educated and minority populations, and African nationalist theory that treated systematic ethnic elimination as legitimate expression of African political independence and cultural authenticity. Archaeological and testimonial evidence from Amin's regime has revealed systematic elimination operations, systematic infrastructure for ethnic identification and elimination, governmental facilities where systematic classification and elimination were conducted with administrative precision, and disposal systems that eliminated evidence of systematic ethnic terrorism while maintaining appearance of legitimate nationalist government and African political independence. The administrative innovations that Amin developed for managing systematic ethnic elimination influenced modern African authoritarian development. Governmental procedures for identifying and eliminating ethnic minority populations, systematic use of modern communications for coordinating elimination operations, and administrative systems that allowed systematic ethnic terrorism while maintaining appearance of legitimate African nationalist authority. The technological innovations that Amin's elimination operations required included systematic use of modern telecommunications for coordinating ethnic elimination across Ugandan territory, systematic transportation networks for moving targeted populations to elimination facilities, and administrative innovations that allowed systematic management of ethnic elimination through modern governmental techniques combined with military organization. Recent research has revealed that Amin's systematic ethnic elimination influenced modern African authoritarian development and international understanding of African political capability. African authoritarian movements studied his techniques for combining nationalist legitimacy with systematic ethnic terrorism, creating political patterns where African nationalism was understood to potentially include systematic ethnic elimination and population control. The psychological impact of Amin's systematic elimination extended across Ugandan society and affected regional African political development. Ugandan ethnic communities subjected to systematic governmental elimination developed survival strategies, identity concealment techniques, and migration patterns that were designed to survive systematic ethnic terrorism while maintaining community identity and traditional cultural practices under conditions of systematic governmental terror. Contemporary international observers noted the systematic nature of Amin's elimination operations and their impact on African political development and international understanding of African governmental capability. International diplomatic correspondence had described systematic ethnic terrorism that exceeded international expectations of African authoritarian practice and created international concern about African political development and governmental sophistication. The economic impact of Amin's systematic elimination was profound. Systematic destruction of educated populations that eliminated Ugandan professional and technical capability, systematic elimination of ethnic minorities that controlled significant economic activity, and systematic destruction of modern governmental institutions that created permanent economic disadvantage for Ugandan development and regional African economic relationships. The international impact of Amin's systematic elimination extended beyond Uganda to influence global understanding of African political capability and authoritarian potential. International responses to systematic ethnic terrorism demonstrated international concern about African governmental sophistication and potential for systematic elimination using modern administrative and military techniques. When Amin lost power in 1979, the systematic elimination apparatus that he had created was dismantled, but the ethnic trauma that he had accomplished was permanent, with systematic elimination of educated populations and ethnic minorities, creating demographic and economic trauma that influenced Ugandan development for generations, through loss of professional expertise and ethnic diversity. Modern historians struggle with Amin's legacy. He represented African nationalism and anti-colonial resistance that addressed legitimate grievances against colonial domination. But his systematic elimination created ethnic trauma that represents one of Africa's most systematic attempts at ethnic terrorism, using modern governmental and military techniques to justify and implement systematic elimination of ethnic diversity and educated populations. The nationalist achievements that Amin claimed and the anti-colonial ideology that he represented reflect legitimate African political aspirations, but they were systematically integrated with ethnic terrorism and population elimination that traumatized Ugandan civilization and created authoritarian methodology that demonstrated the potential for modern African governmental institutions to accomplish systematic ethnic elimination. Of course, Amin's systematic approach to ethnic terrorism was limited by 1970s African technological capabilities and regional constraints. Our next modern megalomaniac operated within Cold War superpower authority and had access to nuclear technology and global intelligence capabilities that allowed systematic elimination planning on unprecedented scale. 29. Nicolae Ceausescu of Romania, 1965-1989 CE. In the concrete towers of socialist Romania, where Soviet-style industrialization promised modern prosperity and communist ideology reached new levels of personality cult sophistication, there ruled a dictator whose systematic transformation of an entire nation into a surveillance state created population control operations that processed millions of victims through procedures so technologically advanced they represented the pinnacle of systematic psychological manipulation using modern communications, industrial technology, and scientific behavior modification. Nicolae Ceausescu didn't just control Romania. He attempted systematic psychological reconstruction of human nature itself. The man who promised to create a new socialist civilization was also a systematic destroyer of human individuality who used modern surveillance technology, systematic psychological manipulation, and industrial-scale population control to organize systematic elimination of personal identity that exceeded anything attempted by previous totalitarian regimes and created technological templates for systematic psychological annihilation using modern communist methodology and advanced surveillance systems. Ceausescu's systematic transformation of Romania into a total surveillance state began with his assumption of power in 1965 and escalated throughout his regime into systematic psychological control of the entire population that was planned, monitored, and executed with technological precision that treated individual human consciousness as systematic threat requiring complete elimination through scientific methodology and systematic behavior modification. The Securitate system that Ceausescu established for controlling Romanian populations wasn't just secret police. It was systematic psychological manipulation apparatus that coordinated behavior modification across Romanian territory through surveillance procedures that used emerging modern technology to organize systematic psychological elimination on national scale that exceeded anything attempted by previous communist surveillance systems. But here's what makes Ceausescu genuinely terrifying as a modern leader. He applied emerging modern surveillance technology and systematic psychological manipulation to systematic elimination of human individuality, creating technological systems and behavior modification procedures that treated systematic psychological destruction as logical consequence of scientific socialism and necessary component of communist human development. Recent analysis of declassified Securitate records has revealed the scope of systematic psychological manipulation operations that Ceausescu organized through communist governmental and technological institutions, surveillance procedures for identifying and eliminating individual psychological autonomy, systematic behavior modification that used modern psychological techniques to organize personality elimination, and technological innovations that allowed systematic psychological control while maintaining appearance of socialist development and communist legitimacy. The population surveillance system that Ceausescu established for controlling Romanian society was systematically planned for maximum technological efficiency, systematic monitoring that tracked individual behavior and psychological patterns, systematic psychological manipulation procedures that processed entire populations through specialized behavior modification techniques, and technological oversight that ensured psychological control operations met quality control standards for ideological conformity and communist effectiveness. Contemporary accounts describe systematic psychological manipulation operations that Ceausescu personally supervised through communist technological authority, where the entire Romanian population was subjected to systematic surveillance, systematic psychological manipulation through technological authority, and systematic behavior modification that was designed to eliminate individual personality while creating systematic psychological conformity among controlled populations. Perhaps most disturbing was Ceausescu's systematic use of communist ideology and modern psychological science to justify systematic elimination of human individuality as scientific necessity and socialist development. Scientific arguments that presented systematic psychological destruction as communist requirement for human development, technological justification that provided rational explanation for systematic behavior modification, and communist theory that treated systematic elimination of individual consciousness as legitimate expression of scientific socialism and technological progress. Archaeological and documentary evidence from Ceausescu's regime has revealed systematic psychological manipulation operations, systematic technological infrastructure for population surveillance and behavior modification, governmental facilities where systematic psychological manipulation was conducted with scientific precision, and technological systems that eliminated individual psychological autonomy while maintaining appearance of socialist development and communist progress. The technological innovations that Ceausescu developed for managing systematic psychological manipulation influenced modern authoritarian development and surveillance methodology. Surveillance procedures for identifying and eliminating individual psychological autonomy, systematic use of modern technology for coordinating behavior modification operations, and technological systems that allowed systematic psychological control while maintaining appearance of legitimate communist governmental authority. The scientific innovations that Ceausescu's psychological manipulation operations required included systematic use of modern surveillance technology for monitoring individual behavior across Romanian territory, systematic psychological manipulation techniques that use scientific behavior modification for eliminating individual personality, and technological innovations that allowed systematic management of population psychology through modern surveillance techniques combined with scientific behavior modification. Recent research has revealed that Ceausescu's systematic psychological manipulation influenced modern authoritarian development and international surveillance methodology. Authoritarian governments across the world studied his techniques for combining technological surveillance with systematic psychological control, creating political patterns where modern surveillance technology was systematically integrated with behavior modification and personality elimination. The psychological impact of Ceausescu's systematic manipulation extended across Romanian society and affected the entire population permanently. Romanian communities subjected to systematic communist surveillance developed survival strategies, psychological resistance techniques, and identity protection that were designed to survive systematic psychological elimination while maintaining individual personality and family relationships under conditions of systematic technological terror and behavior modification. Contemporary international observers noted the systematic nature of Ceausescu's psychological manipulation operations and their impact on Romanian and international development. International intelligence correspondents describe systematic behavior modification that exceeded normal communist surveillance practice and created technological methodology that influenced global understanding of surveillance capability and psychological control potential. The cultural destruction that Ceausescu's systematic psychological manipulation created was permanent and comprehensive. Systematic elimination of individual cultural expression that destroyed Romanian intellectual and artistic capability. Systematic destruction of traditional cultural institutions and family relationships, and permanent gaps in Romanian cultural development through systematic elimination of individual personality and cultural autonomy. The technological achievements that Ceausescu accomplished in surveillance and behavior modification represented advancement in authoritarian capability and psychological control, but they were systematically integrated with psychological destruction and personality elimination that traumatized Romanian civilization and created surveillance methodology that demonstrated the potential for modern technology to accomplish systematic psychological annihilation. When Ceausescu lost power in 1989, the systematic surveillance apparatus that he had created was dismantled, but the psychological trauma that he had accomplished was permanent, with systematic elimination of individual psychological autonomy, creating cultural and psychological trauma that influenced Romanian development for generations, through loss of individual cultural capability and psychological independence. Modern historians struggle with Ceausescu's legacy. He represented communist technological development and socialist industrial progress that addressed legitimate aspirations for modernization, but his systematic psychological manipulation created psychological trauma that represents one of history's most comprehensive attempts at systematic elimination of human individuality using modern surveillance technology and scientific behavior modification. The socialist achievements that Ceausescu claimed and the technological innovations that he developed represent extreme expressions of communist industrial capability, but they were systematically integrated with psychological destruction and personality elimination that traumatized Romanian civilization and created technological methodology that demonstrated how modern surveillance systems could be used to accomplish systematic psychological annihilation and behavior modification. While Ceausescu was perfecting systematic psychological manipulation through surveillance technology, our final modern megalomaniac was preparing to use the most advanced industrial and scientific capabilities in human history to organize systematic elimination that would exceed all previous atrocities in scope, technological sophistication, and administrative precision. 30. Adolf Hitler of Germany, 1933–1945 CE. In the industrial heartland of 20th century Europe, where scientific methodology had reached unprecedented sophistication and modern technology promised solutions to humanity's greatest challenges, there emerged a political leader whose systematic application of industrial techniques, scientific racism, and modern administrative methods created elimination operations that processed over 11 million victims through procedures so technologically advanced, they represented the absolute pinnacle of systematic human destruction using modern governmental, scientific, and industrial capabilities. Adolf Hitler didn't just rule Germany. He attempted systematic elimination of human genetic diversity itself. The man who promised to create a scientifically perfected civilization was also the architect of systematic genocide who used modern industrial technology, scientific methodology, and systematic governmental administration to organize population elimination that exceeded everything attempted by all previous rulers combined and created technological templates for systematic human destruction that demonstrated the ultimate potential of modern civilization applied to systematic elimination of human populations. Hitler's systematic transformation of Germany into an elimination state began with his assumption of power in 1933, and escalated throughout his regime into systematic industrial genocide that was planned, coordinated, and executed with technological precision that treated systematic human elimination as a scientific project requiring advanced industrial capability, systematic scientific research, and modern administrative coordination on unprecedented scale. The systematic elimination apparatus that Hitler established for eliminating targeted populations wasn't just governmental persecution. It was systematic industrial genocide that coordinated population elimination across European territory through technological procedures that used modern industrial capability to organize systematic human destruction on continental scale that exceeded everything attempted by any previous human civilization. But here's what makes Hitler genuinely terrifying as the ultimate twisted leader. He applied modern industrial technology, systematic scientific methodology, and advanced governmental administration to systematic elimination of human populations, creating technological systems and scientific procedures that treated systematic genocide as logical consequence of scientific progress and necessary component of modern civilization and human development. Recent analysis of Nazi administrative records has revealed the scope of systematic elimination operations that Hitler organized through governmental, scientific, and industrial institutions. Industrial procedures for maximizing elimination efficiency through systematic technological innovation, scientific coordination that use modern research methodology to organize population elimination, and administrative innovations that allowed systematic genocide while maintaining appearance of legitimate governmental authority and scientific progress. The systematic elimination procedures that Hitler established for processing targeted populations were planned with industrial precision. Systematic technological innovation that maximized killing efficiency through modern industrial techniques, systematic scientific research that provided technological solutions for population elimination problems, and administrative coordination that ensured elimination operations met industrial quality control standards for efficiency and systematic processing capability. Contemporary accounts describe systematic elimination operations that Hitler personally supervised through governmental, scientific, and industrial authority, where entire ethnic and social populations were subjected to systematic identification through modern administrative techniques, systematic transportation to elimination facilities using modern transportation technology, and systematic execution through procedures that represented the pinnacle of systematic technological innovation applied to human destruction. Perhaps most disturbing was Hitler's systematic integration of scientific methodology, industrial technology, and modern governmental administration to justify systematic genocide as scientific necessity and civilizational progress. Scientific arguments that presented systematic population elimination as biological requirement for human development, technological justification that provided rational explanation for systematic genocide as necessary, technological progress, and governmental theory that treated systematic elimination as legitimate expression of modern scientific civilization. The technological innovations that Hitler's elimination operations required represented the pinnacle of systematic application of modern industrial capability to human destruction. Systematic industrial design for elimination facilities, systematic technological innovation for maximizing elimination efficiency, systematic scientific research for optimizing elimination procedures, and systematic administrative coordination for managing genocide across continental territory using modern organizational techniques. The scientific methodology that Hitler applied to systematic elimination included systematic research that provided technological solutions for elimination efficiency, systematic classification systems that used modern scientific techniques for identifying targeted populations, systematic documentation that recorded elimination effectiveness for quality control purposes, and systematic technological development that continuously improved elimination capability through modern research and development. Recent research has revealed that Hitler's systematic elimination represented the ultimate expression of modern technological and administrative capability applied to human destruction. The systematic integration of industrial technology, scientific methodology, and governmental administration that he achieved for genocide purposes demonstrated the complete potential of modern civilization for systematic elimination of human populations. The psychological impact of Hitler's systematic elimination extended across global civilization and permanently altered human understanding of technological capability and civilizational potential. The systematic technological genocide that he accomplished created global trauma that influenced international law, governmental development, and technological ethics through recognition of systematic elimination, potential inherent in modern industrial and scientific civilization. The technological and administrative achievements that Hitler accomplished in systematic elimination represented the ultimate development of modern governmental, scientific, and industrial capability, but they were exclusively dedicated to systematic human destruction that traumatized global civilization and demonstrated how modern technological sophistication could be systematically applied to comprehensive genocide and population elimination. The systematic elimination apparatus that Hitler created was dismantled through military defeat in 1945, but the technological and administrative methodology that he developed for systematic genocide created permanent global awareness of elimination, potential inherent in modern technological civilization, and influenced subsequent international efforts to prevent systematic application of modern capability to human destruction. Modern historians recognize Hitler's systematic elimination as representing the absolute pinnacle of twisted leadership throughout human history. The complete integration of advanced technological capability, systematic scientific methodology, and modern administrative sophistication exclusively dedicated to systematic human destruction that exceeded everything attempted by all previous rulers combined and demonstrated the ultimate potential of modern civilization for systematic elimination. The technological achievements that Hitler accomplished and the administrative sophistication that he developed represent the ultimate expression of modern industrial and scientific capability, but they were exclusively dedicated to systematic human destruction that created the most comprehensive genocide in human history and demonstrated how modern civilization's greatest achievements could be systematically applied to accomplish the systematic elimination of human populations. Final thoughts. What we've learned about human nature. We've completed our journey through 30 of history's most twisted leaders, from ancient systematic torture through medieval religious terror to Renaissance cultural deception to modern industrial genocide. Each represented the pinnacle of systematic human destruction for their respective eras, demonstrating how power combines with intelligence, resources, and technology to create increasingly sophisticated forms of systematic brutality. The pattern is clear and terrifying. Human capacity for systematic cruelty has consistently evolved alongside technological and administrative advancement. Ancient rulers systematized torture through administrative innovation. Medieval leaders combined religious authority with systematic persecution. Renaissance monsters disguised mass murder as cultural achievement. Modern megalomaniacs applied industrial technology and scientific methodology to systematic elimination on unprecedented scale. Most disturbing is the recognition that these weren't aberrant monsters, but intelligent leaders who used their era's most advanced techniques, whether artistic, technological, or scientific, to perfect systematic human destruction. They represent not historical anomalies, but demonstrations of systematic evil's potential when combined with sophisticated resources and administrative capability. The ultimate lesson isn't just historical, but contemporary. Modern technological and administrative capability provides unprecedented potential for systematic human destruction. Understanding how previous twisted leaders applied their era's most advanced techniques to systematic brutality provides essential insight into recognizing and preventing similar applications of contemporary technological and administrative sophistication. These 30 twisted leaders represent systematic evil's evolution throughout human civilization. Their techniques, innovations, and administrative approaches continue influencing contemporary authoritarian methodology and providing templates for systematic human destruction using modern technological and governmental capability. The most sophisticated monsters aren't historical curiosities. They're instructional examples of systematic evil's potential when combined with advanced technological and administrative capability. Recognizing their methods and innovations remains essential for understanding and preventing contemporary applications of systematic brutality using modern civilization's most advanced techniques. Thanks for joining us on this comprehensive exploration of twisted leadership throughout human history, fellow truth seekers. The patterns are documented, the evidence is overwhelming, and the implications are staggering. Keep questioning, keep learning, and remember, understanding systematic evil's sophistication is essential for recognizing and preventing its contemporary manifestations.